Yes.
The Leaf Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1530 of the War News stream. And y'all might notice we're on early. That's because there's a major situation happening right this second inside of Russia. We are seeing a massive attack on Moscow, and not just the Moscow district. This is an attack on central Moscow, which is, of course, close to the Kremlin. And right now, we're seeing explosions in Moscow itself, and they are struggling to defend their capital city. So it's going down right now. We've also heard that the U.S. Navy is going to allegedly start escorting ships in the Strait of Hromuz in probably the next few hours. So that's also massive. And also, Iran's begun launching new attacks on cargo ships in the Strait of Hromuz. And we have wild stuff happening going down nonstop. And this week is about to be insane for geopolitics, to say the least. But Enforcer, what say you?
And of course, we're going to be covering the breaking news as it is coming out live on air, as we have been tracking and watching the developing story of the major drone attack that the armed forces of Ukraine is currently conducting on the Russian capital, the city of Moscow. At this moment, Ukrainian forces have conducted a beeline attack directly against the city, striking straight through the main part of Russia's air defenses to the southwestern area of the city, and have currently made it within several kilometers of the Kremlin. Drones have been reported to be shot down on the area of the Mosvilskaya Ulitsa Street, which is several kilometers away from the Kremlin and directly across the Moskva River from the very heart of the Russian Federation's government and government facilities. Drones have also been reported around the Russian Ministry of Defense building, and it also appears that Russian air defense has attempted and has been successful in some cases in shooting down these drones, but nevertheless, we are also hearing additional information that more waves are on the way at this moment, and Ukrainian drones are still probing and striking into the Russian airspace around the capital city of Moscow. Major drone attacks are simultaneously happening throughout the country elsewhere, in cities such as Voronezh, the city of Ufa, also cities just to the direct west of the city of Ufa, and we've also been able to get additional details and reports from the area around the the city of St. Petersburg, as another large flight of drones has been flying into the Leningrad military district and attempting to strike significant strategic targets within this area. Currently, at this moment in time, it has been confirmed that this is one of the largest and most overwhelming drone attacks that the armed forces of Ukraine have been able to throw at the Russian Federation. And at the moment, we have already been able to confirm before we went live on air that the Ukrainian armed forces have already set records for making it as deep into the city of Moscow as they ever have in this attack that is ongoing at the moment right now. We have also been able to hear other major developments in the news from around the world, including that out of the Middle East, as the United States of America has announced Operation Freedom, which will be an attempt, or Project Freedom as it's specifically called, which will be an attempt by the United States Navy to begin armed escorts of commercial vessels or merchant ships through the area of the Strait of Hormuz. This also confirms that our information yesterday, as far as preliminary analysis, was correct on the channel, that the IRGC was laying further mines with their fast attack boat swarms inside the Strait of Hormuz, and the Islamic Republic of Iran has reiterated that any attempts by the United States through force of arms to violate the ongoing Iranian blockade within the strait will be met by significant attacks by drone forces, anti-ship missile forces, and any other available anti-ship weaponry and anti-ship forces that they may have within the area of the Strait of Hormuz or within the southwestern area of the Islamic Republic of Iran. The Iranian government also announced the beginning of military operations to break the U.S. blockade at the mouth of the Gulf of Oman, while simultaneously the Iranians have also issued threats to a large number of commercial vessels sitting at an anchorage near to the area of the city of Ras Al Khaimah, telling them that they must depart the area immediately unless if they want to be attacked by the Islamic Republic of Iran. Dozens of vessels are currently sailing west immediately, deeper into the Persian Gulf, to be able to try and avoid being hit. Several vessels were also targeted, hit, and seized today by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps within the Strait of Hormuz, suggesting that an outbreak of major conflict between the two sides, the United States and the Islamic Republic of Iran, is highly likely to commence sometime soon. The Iranian government also issued new terms to the United States of America today to be able to end the war, which were akin to a demand for unconditional surrender by the United States of America and a complete cessation of U.S. military operations and sphere of influence activities by the United States of America throughout the entirety of the Middle East, to allow for a trickle of U.S. ships to be able to go through the Strait of Hormuz under Iran's oversight and control, which the United States obviously refused. We have also seen significant airlifts that are ongoing at this moment still into the Middle East, which is once again suggesting that military operations in full form by the United States will be commencing here soon. We have an unbelievable amount of breaking news, and we actually have breaking news coming out minute by minute at this moment from both developing situations inside of the Russian Federation and within the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Yeah, and we actually have some breaking news coming out right now. It looks like we are seeing the drone attack continue on Russia. It looks like there are currently fires burning in the Luhansk Oblast in Alchevsk following an FP2 strike against Russian targets. So this was a very large attack, by the way. Last night, we saw the Ukrainians attack the Primorsk oil port toward the northern part of Russia. That was a very big attack, and we saw the fires from that on the NASA firm satellite. And this evening, we're now seeing that Ukraine's gone for basically the biggest goal possible, which is actually hitting central Moscow itself. So that's wild. That's certainly something crazy. And what's even crazier than that is Moscow has literally been bolstering their air defenses over the past week with over 200 of their top air defense systems just to protect Putin and his cronies, and they still were not able to protect the city. That's why we're seeing explosions right now in Moscow, but that's wild to see. Also, we are getting some more live news out of Iran about what's going on right now with CENTCOM and the upcoming Strait of Hormuz escorts that will be happening here shortly. So it's really wild. Like it's going down today on a Sunday. Everybody thought it was gonna be quiet today, but it's definitely not. But unfortunately, that's what we have right now. Just wanted to go over that breaking news in Luhansk.
These major actions are going to be laying out the atmosphere and the tempo of how things are going to be going for the next week without a doubt. With the statements that have been made by the United States at this moment and have been corroborated by Central Command's area of responsibility, along with the major Ukrainian drone attacks currently still ongoing on Moscow, we can understand that the war in Ukraine and the war in the Middle East will mostly be ramping up in fervor and ferocity over the next week in response to these incidents by the state of Ukraine and the United States of America over the course of this day. Moving us on and into all of the news that we have and all of the breaking news that is coming out at this moment right now, we have been able to hear of significant developments that are currently happening within the area of the city of Moscow. As many of you all have known, coming onto the stream right now, the armed forces of Ukraine have conducted massive and significant drone attacks against the Russian Federation within just the past few hours. We have been able to hear that within some of the areas that are currently under an active drone threat, to summarize it without naming off every single oblast, the entirety of southwestern Russia within the southern military district and most of the Moscow military district are currently under the threat of an ongoing drone attack at this moment right now, with a large amount of confirmed hits already being made and news coming in that there may be an incoming second wave on Moscow and several other cities that we are going to be watching and covering live on air. A large amount of these drones made it immediately to the Moscow air defense perimeter, which is one of the most significant and well-built air defense perimeters for a major metropolitan area inside the Russian Federation. The Moscow air defense perimeter does largely create a crescent shape around the area of the city of Moscow, encompassing light air defenses to medium air defenses around the city of Leningrad, somewhat medium defenses all the way down to Krasnoznamensk, which is along the outer ring road of the city of Moscow, heavy air defenses between Krasnoznamensk and Podolsk, and fairly heavy air defenses between Podolsk and Bryansk, which are some of the suburbs of the city of Moscow. This, in turn, makes the air defense perimeter that we are largely seeing as being overrun at this moment right now. And this air defense perimeter is the very barrier and protector that the city of Moscow needs to be able to ensure that Ukrainian drone attacks do not cause significant damage or threaten central government buildings within the inner area of Moscow. According to information we have had over the past 2 hours, Ukrainian drone attacks immediately went for and attempted to pass through the heaviest areas of air defense that the Russian Federation has for the city of Moscow between the Krasnoznamensk and Podolsk area of the air defense ring and also the Podolsk and Bryansk front. Ukrainian drones in such large numbers were able to break through this outer air defense perimeter and were able to make it all the way into the very inner ring roads of the city of Moscow. Most air defenses around Moscow are prioritized around the area of the A113 road. This is one of the more significant ones, and where most of the metropolitan center lies within is within the inner perimeter of the A113 road. Mainly that's important to stop Ukrainian drones there, as industrial facilities, government facilities, and large population areas, equivalent to 10% of the Russian Federation's population, lies within the area of this outer ring road. These drones were able to not only make it through that air defense perimeter, but made it into the very metropolitan heart of the city. Confirmation has come out that a drone was shot down around the area of the Moskva-Molskaya Ulitsa Street, which is a major roadway that passes through this area near to the area of the Vorbyevi Gory Park here on the Moskva River, and at its closest is only about, and to make sure that we measure this accurately here, only about 3 miles away from the very outer perimeter of the Kremlin. One drone was shot down here by some form of Russian air defense, of which we are unsure the type or variety, but the debris from the falling drone and its impact in the streets can be seen in this picture right here, clearly showing that the drones are making it within less than 3 miles of the Kremlin. This is the closest in the history of the war that a large drone attack and conventional Ukrainian drone forces have been able to make it to the Kremlin. Only one such incident.
Also, by the way, you got to note this real quick because I see people mentioning this right now. Remember that the May 9th Victory Day parade, which is already severely scaled back because Russia doesn't have the equipment to spare for the parade, that is going to be taking place in just about 6 days. And we're seeing today on May the 3rd, which is just obviously 6 days ahead of the parade, we're seeing Ukraine launch an attack literally just miles away from the street in which the V-Day parade will be held. So that's a pretty big deal right there. I wonder what the Russians are going to do about that because, like I mentioned earlier, they've moved a ton of air defense into the city already to get ready to combat any Ukrainian threats. So I don't know if Ukraine is planning on hitting the parade itself if the Russians go through with it, but this is a pretty ominous sign for their little parade coming up.
This is a significant threat to the parade, without a doubt, and most likely showing that the Ukrainians can threaten and challenge the safety of the parade, even with the significant amount of air defenses that have been based around the city of Moscow. Another important thing to note to everyone right now about this attack that we've seen here is that there was one prior attack that has happened on the Kremlin and actually on the dome of the building of the Sinitsky Dvorets, which is very hard to pronounce, but y'all can see it right here. But that attack was conducted by an FPV drone that was launched either by a Ukrainian SBU group in the city or by a partisan group that was able to launch that drone at the Russian flag, flying over the dome of the Sinetsky Dvorets building, which you can actually see right there. That attack is not similar in the type that we're seeing right now, as these drones were confirmed to have been launched from the territory of Ukraine in the dozens, flown 350 miles through Russia continuously, reached the Moscow air defense perimeter, breached it, and then made it all the way into the actual metropolitan heart of the city of Moscow, and, well, quite literally within spitting distance of major governmental buildings. As a matter of fact, if we measure the parallel of where this drone landed near to the area of the Moskvaya Ulitsa, we can actually see that the Russian Ministry of Defense building is quite literally in line with where that drone was shot down, meaning that if that drone was flying towards the Kremlin just 2 miles over to the east, it actually would have been shot down, crashed, and exploded on top of the Russian Ministry of Defense building, which is the Russian equivalent of the Pentagon, giving y'all an idea of how far this has made it into Moscow. To also put this into an American perspective, so that way everyone can kind of get an idea of the distance, this would be like a drone attempting to make it to the White House, and that drone would be shot down somewhere over the area of the U.S., actually, funnily enough, quite literally almost over the U.S. Pentagon in distance. That is how close this drone made it to the Kremlin at this moment right now, which is a significant breakthrough for the armed forces of Ukraine, and once again showing that with a superior number of drones, the Ukrainians can actually overwhelm the Russian air defenses in Moscow and make it all the way to the Kremlin itself.
Yeah, and there was a lot of drones that flew in. Like, there was drones going to all kinds of different targets. Like, they were going to Luhansk, they were going to Moscow, they were going all over the place. But they specifically sent quite a few just to central Moscow alone. And like we saw, some of them made it through. This one right here in the picture got shot down, but the debris still caused damage right here in central Moscow. But do you have that video to show the people real quick? The one where all the drones are flying in? Like, it's just nonstop drone noise coming into Moscow on the cameras.
I believe, is this it?
Yeah, that's it right here, actually.
All right, and let's take a listen to this one, folks, because this one was taken a little bit south, about 2 miles away from the area where that last drone went down that we were just showing y'all. And there's the sound of several drones flying all the way into central Moscow. Quite a large number of them that could be heard, at least 3 of them that were somewhere out in the distance as that cameraman was filming the incoming drones. We also got a little bit of additional footage here. This is showing the response on the area of the Moskvaya Ulitsa Street, which was only about 3 miles away from the Kremlin at the site of impact. We also understand that a second drone also hit the larger high-rise here, we believe due to some form of electronic warfare interference or some other incident akin to that, as it does appear that these drones were attempting to fly deeper into Moscow by the time they actually fell to the ground and exploded somewhere around the area of that street. We also were able to see a little bit of duplicate footage of this location and the scene, and we also saw right here, once again, the debris field that had been made within that area. We've also been able to see more videos of the incoming drones as well, largely duplicates of them that we were able to make sure to put down on the map, and we also were able to get a closer up look at the wreckage on that high-rise, or more so the damage, which could be seen here to once again show that the Ukrainian drone appears to have run headlong into this building in Moscow as it was attempting to make it even further into the city. We're not really sure what their targets were, as these drones were flying directly into the heart of Moscow and right at the Kremlin, and this leads us to wonder what in the world was the actual purpose behind this drone attack that was conducted today. We consider it highly unlikely that the Ukrainian armed forces were attempting a direct attack that would target, damage, or destroy any of the historic or UNESCO heritage site structures of the Kremlin itself, and those generally wouldn't pose any strategic benefit or advantage to the armed forces of Ukraine if they were to hit them. We believe that this attack was more so conducted just for the pure symbolism and imagery that it would depict in the Russian Russian Federation that not even the Kremlin itself is safe from Ukrainian drones flying overhead, and in theory, on any given day, like the 9th of May, a similar drone swarm could fly into central Moscow and start targeting and ripping apart thousands of Russian soldiers while they're standing in parade formation on Red Square if the Ukrainians ever decided on a whim that they would like to conduct such an action. It most likely is being conducted to sow fear into the citizenry of the city of Moscow, and to also see that the Russian government has enough concern put within their minds that they would actually cancel the Victory Day parade that would be conducted on the 9th of May. Right now, a lot of people are actually talking about what this is going to be resulting in as far as a Russian response, considering that, once again, this is the largest attack we've ever seen that has made it this far into the center of the city of Moscow. And Matthew, what are people saying right now about this, and what are you thinking about it as well?
Okay, so it's a very rare sight to see Ukraine actually attacking central Moscow. That is not a common thing we've seen so far. We'll see generally the Moscow Oblast, meaning the Moscow region, will get attacked, but this was very close to the seat of government inside of Russia. So they're definitely trying to make a point. That's obvious. And we've also seen multiple explosions in a high rise. We saw one on a street. We saw explosions all over the place in Moscow. So what is going to happen as a result of this very rare attack? 55% said Putin will probably start a major provocation as a result. 22% said Putin will definitely cancel the May 9th Victory Day parade, and 17% said Putin will largely ignore this hit. So one thing I think they might try to do here is if they've already prepared pretty strongly for some type of Ukrainian attack on the parade, I think they might be on the verge of canceling it because number one, they don't have any military equipment to show in the parade. That's a huge problem. And also number two, right now they're very worried that the Ukrainians are going to conduct a strike on it. So between those two concerns, I think they might be leaning toward canceling it. But the bigger concern is this. We've been hearing about all kinds of activity inside of Belarus that's very unusual, and we've been hearing that directly from the Ukrainians, and this might be the start of a major provocation by the Russians, either getting the Belarusians to attack Ukraine, or maybe the Russians might try to escalate in some way, maybe with a bigger missile or something like that, on Ukrainian targets. That's always a risk when things like this happen, and we haven't heard yet a response from Putin, because of course this just happened literally just about an hour ago, and it's still ongoing as we speak. So we're waiting to get a response from the Kremlin, but I'm with the 55%. Something is probably going to come out of this. I don't think they're going to ignore it, and they'll also probably cancel the parade as well. But Enforcer, what say you?
I have a feeling that the Russian Federation is going to be fairly stretched to be able to launch a major provocation. While they certainly would love to launch a major provocation in response to this incident, the Russian Federation is militarily stretched to its absolute maximum in terms of conventional responses that could be made. There is a possibility of opening a new front on the Belarusian border that could be conducted, but from what we hear right now, the Ukrainian armed forces and their intelligence have not been able to ascertain whether or not the forces moving near to the Belarusian border are Russian. They may largely be Belarusian, and with that given as a fact, if we were to assume that, the Belarusian armed forces are highly unlikely to launch any form of an offensive into the state of Ukraine. The Belarusian armed forces are an independent fighting force in technicality from the Russian Federation, but since 2006, the Belarusian armed forces has been specifically structured as a supporting and logistical force for Russian overseas operations within the Belarusian territory, meaning that most of their armed forces, and if you do look, you will largely see this as well, are largely based towards supporting a larger armed force on their territory than actually conducting their own completely self-sufficient military operations. This means that an attempt at a Belarusian an invasion of northern Ukraine or a Belarusian expeditionary force attempting to launch an offensive into Ukraine would most likely be unsuccessful, as they have a very low amount of combatant forces. We also know that a decent amount of their armor has already been stripped away in prior times and donated to the Russians for them to be able to use in Ukraine, as unit markings have shown that a large amount of Russian T-72s that were used in the middle part of 2025 and the latter part of 2024 were in fact provided by the Republic of Belarus, and that means that they're largely lacking any conventional offensive capabilities. We also understand that the Belarusian armed forces do not possess or use any significant amounts of drone forces either, and it looks like they're largely falling behind the curve, and while the Russians are trying to help them them a little bit materially with fixing that shortcoming, the Belarusians are nowhere close to implementing any level of drone warfare that even the Russian Federation is able to leverage on the field, meaning that they would largely be sitting ducks for Ukrainian counterattacks, and the losses would be exorbitantly high, most likely wiping out most of their combatant units within the opening months or opening weeks of a conflict with the armed forces of Ukraine, meaning that sort of an outcome would be unlikely. That means that the Russians are now forced into looking into either ramping up conventional attacks or moving on to what would only be undescribable, which would be a tactical nuclear option against the armed forces of Ukraine. Currently, under Russian nuclear doctrine, they could try and make a justification to tactically nuke the Ukrainians, but that would be an incredibly difficult one to sell to the Russian public, to the greater world, and also, much like with the United States considering the use of a tactical nuclear weapon on the Islamic Republic of Iran, that is opening up a Pandora's box to where every country on the planet that is nuclear armed, when facing a minor inconvenience in a conventional war, immediately starts lobbing tactical nuclear weapons like it's some sort of a party favor to the enemy forces that they're fighting, meaning that the Russians will most likely not easily make that decision if that is one that is being considered. So right now the Russians are fairly spent. I don't really think they're going to be able to do that much, to be entirely honest, to respond to this, but I'm sure that they would want to respond if they had some way to be able to do that effectively in a conventional sense. But with that, we are going to be moving on to additional bits of news that we did get out of Moscow as well, as in the midst of this ongoing drone attack, the Russian Federation did announce today that they'll be receiving about $2.7 billion in extra revenue from the increasing oil prices around the world. Right now, the Russian Federation is finding it very difficult, and will be finding it even more difficult, to be able to ship out any oil due to the Ukrainian drone attacks knocking out most of their oil loading ports, but even still, with a little bit that is getting out, it is seeing an increase in $2.7 billion in revenue as a result of the rapidly increasing oil prices globally because of the ongoing blockade within the Strait of Hormuz, showing that the Russian Federation is getting a bit of a economic reprieve, but not that great of a one, by the ongoing blockade in the Hormuz and the rapidly rising oil prices. But while the Russian Federation tried to spin the story as a positive one today, it didn't really look that positive around most of the country, especially when we start to cover all of the other attacks that were conducted simultaneously outside of Moscow during the Ukrainian drone attack over the course of these past few hours. But before we move on into the rest of the country and the major news that's come out from multiple different areas, we do have to talk about the situation with Moscow, because we do understand that Putin did transfer 280 air defense systems to Moscow, which, mind you all, is about enough for an entire group army or a combined arms army of the Russian Federation to be able to protect the city for the Victory Day parade. And even with all of that air defense relocated into Moscow, Ukrainian drones still made it pretty much to the Kremlin itself in the city. And this has started to lead a lot of people to wonder if Russian air defenses are woefully inadequate, which we obviously all know, but even with the large number, is Moscow completely helpless? So Matthew, what are people thinking about that right now, and what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so there's only two places in Russia that generally have air defense that's worthwhile, and it's Putin's dachas, which means his mansions, and it's also central Moscow. That's because, if you might notice, those are the two places that Putin loves to hang out, and that's where the air defenses are at. So he felt it very, very kind to move 280 more systems toward Moscow for the V-Day parades, and so also be there at that as well. So what are your thoughts? Now that they have all this air defense there, they still got attacked by Ukraine, they still had explosions, and they were still targeted by the drones, and there was not much they could really do about it. They shot down one of them, but one of them hit a skyscraper outside of Moscow, so that's not good. But what do you think? 48% said Moscow is largely helpless, while 22% said their air defense probably isn't operational yet, they're probably still setting it up, and 19% said Moscow can protect itself just fine. And I would say Moscow is in foul shape. If they have 280 plus air defense systems in Moscow right now and they are set up and they can't defend their skies more effectively than what we saw today, then they are screwed at this point, which also, by the way, that does seem to line up with the foul reports we've gotten about Russian air defense systems. They didn't work well in Venezuela. They don't work well pretty much wherever these systems are at. They're usually failing for the most part. And it looks like they're once again not doing a great job in Moscow. Even in large numbers, they're still not doing well. So I would say Moscow is largely helpless from the looks of it. Imagine this. Imagine if Ukraine decided to strike the Kremlin. I mean, that's something that they could have done because they got within the vicinity of it during this current attack. back. I think Moscow would have been in some deep trouble if they did that. So, I'm sure they're panicking about that situation, but I would say I'm with the 48%. But Enforcer, what say you?
Most everywhere within the Russian Federation is largely helpless to Ukrainian drone attacks, as Russian air defense technologically is woefully inadequate to the modern environments or modern air scenarios that they have to face themselves against and try and shoot down. And not only that, we are starting to believe that at this point, just due to the incredibly bad success rate that Russian air defenses have around the entirety of the world on detecting any threat on radar, that a large amount of the radars may be faulty, ineffective, or built with such a large issues in quality control that they largely are only there for show. We have seen that almost every air defense system that the Russian Federation fields, including the Tor M1, the Tor M2, the Buk M1, the Buk M2, and the Buk M3, the S300s, S400s, and S500s, the, I'm missing a couple, the 2S Tunguska, the 2S1 Pantsir, and a myriad of other air defense systems, largely derivatives or variants of those air defense platforms, have had some of the worst success rates that we've ever seen in successfully intercepting and shooting down incoming threats. If anything, we usually see that they don't even detect incoming air threats, and the only way that they know that an air threat is in the area is when their radar system gets blown up. That might not even be working. So with that in mind, we generally do believe that Moscow is largely helpless, and most other areas of the Russian Federation, regardless the number of air defenses, are most likely helpless as well, as Russian air defenses are so bad off technologically and as far as they're able to operate, and as far as the operators are able to run them, that they may as well not even be within the area that they're attempting to defend. It may as well be like they were never even there. So I'd have to be with the 48%. Moscow is largely helpless, even with the large amount of air defenses, a combined arms army's worth, that has been relocated around the city to be able to try and defend it for this parade. This will most likely lead to the decision by the Russian government to cancel the May 9th parade in Moscow due to the threat of drone attacks wiping out hundreds, if not thousands, of soldiers that will be standing in parade formation on the Red Square for hours before the parade even begins. So with that, it is time for us to move on out of the major breaking news from Moscow. And once again, folks, we are trying to cover the breaking news as it happens live. So we may return to Moscow at any moment to be able to try and cover any of the major developments that are additionally going on within the area, as we are once again getting indications that there may be another incoming drone attack on that area, or at least another wave of drones that are attempting to enter the area. But this is going to be leading us on and up into the area of the Leningrad Military District. The Leningrad Military District has also been running into a significant amount of difficulties over the course of this day, as a significant number of drones has been seen flying into the area of the Leningrad region, and it once again does appear that they are attempting to target industries around the St. Petersburg city area, and also the ports of Ust-Luga and Primorsk, which are significant oil loading ports for the Russian Federation that helps the Russians to be able to ship their sanctioned oil overseas, and to be able to try and turn a dollar to keep financing their war, and to try and keep the Russian economy alive to a small extent, as long as they possibly can, given the dire situation they find themselves in right now. There's one of the drones actually flying over what we believe to be the southern outskirts of St. Petersburg. We also have another clip here from the Leningrad region. You can actually hear the drone lightly in the distance.
Apparently the birds are out too.
Man, the birds are louder than the drone somehow. Like, that's kind of wild.
И это уже 8-й.
We also got this clip as well. And we hear it coming on in, and there it goes, actually, right there. Another Liudi. And we also have one last clip here, once again showing us a fire that appears to have broken out around the area of Primorsk. We were able to confirm that there are ongoing fires within the northern part of the Primorsk facility, which we can actually see on the map right here. And it does appear that the Ukrainian armed forces have specifically targeted and attempted to damage this facility and this general area for an important reason. This is some of the only air defenses that are actually based and operating around the area of Ust-Luga. If you look right up here, you can actually see a Panzer S1 truck sitting on top of a large berm that's been built for it, and a concrete ramp that was also made for the vehicle to be able to drive up there to this point and back down to be able to rearm and repair whenever it's necessary, or to replace the system if for some reason it has some sort of a technical breakdown. It also does appear that the Ukrainian armed forces are conducting this attack not only to cause damage to the oil loading facility, but to also ensure that further attacks on the actual Primorsk facility are able to go forward with greater success, considering that most Russian air defense units around the port will have been destroyed or knocked out by this time when we see the next Ukrainian drone attacks coming on in. But outside of that, we actually have some news that's coming out of Iran at this very moment right now. And speaking of which, we're actually going to use this as a little bit of a segue for a moment to be able to move down into that major breaking news and start covering the situation that's going down in the Middle East. So Matthew, what news are we getting at this moment right now?
Okay, so it looks like Twitter's having some small issues right now, but I am able to get it to work, thankfully, on a second device, so I'm able to see it still. But we are getting some pretty big news out of Iran. And right now, the big deal is there was an announcement by the president that apparently the U.S. Navy will start guiding ships, that's cargo ships, through the Strait of Hormuz, past the Iranian blockade, of course. So, Enforcer, if we could go ahead and pull that post up, let's start with that, and then we'll go through the whole thing. Because the news I have here, you kind of have to go through the whole thing first to tell people what's going on before this news makes sense that just came out. So if we could just get a quick rundown of everything happening with that.
All right, so we're going to be actually go in and start covering this a little bit as much as we can, trying to balance speed with also detail, because this is a major part of the news tonight. But we have been able to hear that the United States of America has announced Project Freedom, which I'll just read you all the statement from the president to be able to give you all the summary of what's going to be going on here soon. And also, by the way, folks, just for the sake of making sure that this is not misinterpreted in any way, and we just read the words directly and take them literally for what they are, we're going to read the entire statement without any censors on our end to try and block or not really cover anything that may be deemed political. So, countries from all over the world, almost all of which are not involved in the Middle Eastern dispute going on so visibly and violently for all to see, have asked the United States if we could help free up their ships, which are locked up in the Strait of Hormuz, on something which they have absolutely nothing to do with. They are merely neutral and innocent bystanders. For the good of Iran, the Middle East, and the United States, we have told these countries that we will guide their ships safely out of these restricted waterways so that they can freely and ably get on with their business. Again, these are ships from areas of the world that there are not in any way involved with that which is currently taking place in the Middle East. I have told my representatives to inform them that we will use best efforts to get their ships and crews safely out of the strait. In all cases, they said they will not be returning until the area becomes safe for navigation and everything else. This process, Project Freedom, will begin Monday morning, Middle East time. I'm fully aware that my representatives are having very positive discussions with the country of Iran, and that these discussions could lead to something very positive for all. The ship movement is merely meant to free up people, companies, and countries that have done absolutely nothing wrong. They are victims of circumstance. This is a humanitarian gesture on behalf of the United States, Middle Eastern countries, but in particular the country of Iran. Many of these ships are running low on food and everything else necessary for large-scale crews to stay on board in a healthy and sanitary manner. I think it would go a long way to show in showing goodwill on behalf of all of those who have been fighting so strenuously over the last number of months. If in any way this humanitarian process is interfered with, that interference will, unfortunately, have to be dealt with forcefully. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President of the United States of America. So it does appear that a new operation has been announced, which is Operation Freedom, and we've also been able to get additional information as well on the situation in the following statement from CENTCOM's Area of Responsibility. And this is the publication from Tampa, Florida, CENTCOM's headquarters, on what they are saying Operation or Project Freedom is actually going to encompass and entail. The U.S. Central Command Forces will begin supporting Project Freedom on May 4th to restore freedom of navigation for commercial shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. The mission, directed by the President, will support merchant vessels seeking to freely transit through the essential international trade corridor. A quarter of the world's oil trade at sea and significant volumes of fuel and fertilizer products are transported through the strait. In quotes from Admiral Brad Cooper, our support for this defensive mission is essential to regional security and the global economy as we also maintain the naval blockade. Last week, the U.S. Department of State announced a new initiative in partnership with the Department of Defense to enhance coordination and information sharing among international partners in support of maritime security in the Strait. The Maritime Freedom Construct aims to combine diplomatic action with military coordination, which will be critical during Project Freedom. U.S. military support to Project Freedom will include guided missile destroyers, over 100 land and sea-based aircraft, multi-domain unmanned platforms, which are drones, and 15,000 service members. This appeared to be
Wow. So it sounds like to me, and of course, there's a couple of different interpretations running around about what this means. The main interpretation is that they're saying the U.S. Navy is going to start escorts of cargo ships and oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz, literally straight through the Iranian blockade, right in the middle of the strait. That's the interpretation number one. But interpretation number two is there are some people out there saying that the U.S. Navy is not going to be escorting ships, and they'll simply be on standby in case one of these ships gets attacked. The U.S. Navy will show up and defend those cargo ships. It appears to me that they are definitely going to be escorting ships. That's what I'm getting out of this announcement. And not only that, but it sounds like the U.S. Navy is going to basically start an entire operation to reopen the entire Strait of Hormuz, not just escorting ships. So to me, it sounds like the full whammy. It sounds like they're about to start the whole thing with this in probably just a few hours, actually, because they said in Middle Eastern time, which means, that's right around the corner, actually. So it sounds like a pretty big operation.
It sounds like it's certainly going to be a rather large one, and this might also be the reason why we saw that Admiral Cooper, or Admiral Brad Cooper, who is the CENTCOM commander, was actually on board and touring the USS Tripoli the other day to be able to make sure that all ships within that amphibious ready group and also all of the ships of that task force that are currently conducting the blockade understand their operations and their roles that they will be conducting as a part of Project Freedom here in a short while. This operation is open to a little bit of interpretation, and some discussion in the public as to what exactly supporting freedom of navigation means. But when we look at prior historical examples of the United States supporting or encouraging freedom of navigation, it becomes incredibly clear what this will entail. In multiple prior incidents over the term of and just to make sure that we clearly state them to remind everyone that this is very recent, of the current Trump administration and the former Biden administration, we did see that a significant amount of actions were taken by U.S. surface vessels in U.S. Indo-PACOM's area responsibility to support freedom of navigation operations within the Strait of Taiwan. This involved those guided missile destroyers physically entering and sailing through the median line of the Taiwan Strait to show to the People's Republic of China that the United States military was not going to be accepting any military coercion or pressure in their denial of passing through international waters, and also showing to the world that the United States had the confidence to do such a thing and would possibly even provide armed assistance to vessels that were attempting to transit through this international waterway between the Republic of China on the island of Taiwan and the People's Republic of China on the Chinese mainland. We've also seen the freedom of navigation operations under the Biden administration in 2024 also conducted very similar actions around the area of the Bab el-Mandeb, the opening near to the area of the Strait, well, more so the Strait of the Red Sea, as we sometimes call it on this channel. A significant amount of U.S. destroyers, numbering around 4 to 6, were almost continuously involved in patrolling and also firing upon Houthi forces that were attempting to board and destroy commercial vessels that were transiting through the area, showing that U.S. ships were physically involved in armed operations under a quote-unquote supporting freedom of navigation operation. Additionally, we've also seen similar actions such as those continuing in 2025 under the current Trump administration, once again showing a repeating pattern that freedom of navigation support by the U.S. Navy usually involves physically going into that location and also firing upon hostile forces. We also understand that way back in the day during the Obama administration at the height of the Somali pirate crisis, that U.S. forces were involved in a multinational coalition to be able to hunt down and destroy Somali pirates as a part of a freedom of navigation operation, showing us that a large amount of historical precedent within just the past 15 years heavily indicates that any freedom of navigation operation will involve the United States either escorting these ships physically through the strait, or they will actively be inside of the strait firing upon Iranian forces that are attempting to stop any freedom of navigation. But we actually have breaking news at this moment that attacks are underway. And Matthew, what are we getting right now?
Okay, so it's not the U.S. attacking Iran. It looks like Iran has begun launching attacks. They've launched an attack on a vessel apparently 78 nautical miles north of Fujairah in the UAE. Right now, it's being reported that the crew is safe at this time, but they have come under attack, apparently by a missile, a rocket, or some projectile, apparently right now. We do have that post on our Twitter page, and it looks like it was reported by a company security officer on board the vessel to the Maritime Trade Organization, and we do see that right there. So apparently it's right at the tip of the UAE right there in the Strait of Hormuz. So Iran has restarted their missile attacks as of right now. They've restarted it, and this is ahead of the talks about the U.S. trying to reopen and escort ships in the Strait of Hormuz. So it looks like it's started.
And really quickly, it looks like the only vessel that I can see right now around this area may be the motor vessel Al Abdul, and I cannot get the full name there, unfortunately, but let me see if I can. The Al Abdul Rahman, which appears to be flagged out of the Republic of India, but we're not exactly sure on the moment, as there is another vessel nearby, which is apparently a tug or a special craft, which is also within that area as well, within the general vicinity. We don't know which one of these vessels may have issued a distress call, but it does appear that some vessels' company security officer has put out a distress call that the vessel has come under attack by some form of projectile, possibly an anti-ship missile or an anti-ship drone that has been launched at the ship from the Iranian coastline just a couple of dozen miles away to the north. So it does appear that the Iranians are once again attacking commercial ships that are even close to the vicinity of the area of the Strait of Hormuz, and we already understood that that was going to be happening earlier in the day due to a significant amount of developments that happened near to an anchorage just outside of Ras Al Khaimah and also the city of Dubai. But before we move on into that news of what has been going on around the strait and all of the incidents similar to this that we can report about that have happened before this one, which is a breaking story that's happening right now live on air, I do want to make sure that we take a brief moment to talk about the announcement of Operation Freedom, which is going to be conducted by the United States Navy, because there's also a little bit of additional news that we have to give, is that the Iranians have already made a direct response to the announcement of Operation Freedom today. And this is very important information I need to get out to y'all before we start talking about y'all's opinions that y'all put down in the poll. According to information that came out today, the Iranians have threatened that they will attack U.S. vessels that attempt to pass through the area. As a source close to Ghalibaf says that Iran has begun initial military actions to lift the U.S. naval blockade. And we've also been able to hear, additionally, that according to Syed Mohammed Marandi, no ships will be allowed to exit the Persian Gulf without permission from the Iranian armed forces. Only a fool would attempt to ignore an Iranian warning, which is not a threat leveraged at the U.S. Navy. It's a threat leveraged at all of those commercial ships, basically telling them that if you try and follow the U.S. destroyers out of the Strait of Hormuz, right on their tail, we're going to try and hunt y'all down, and sink your ship, and possibly even kill you if you attempt to make that pass. Once again, putting out a pretty significant threat, especially to the merchant ships that we would be attempting to get out of the Strait of Hormuz and begin convoy duties on. A lot of people are talking about that right now at this moment. And Matthew, what are people thinking is going to be happening as a result of the announcement of Operation Freedom and Iran's public threat that has been issued today?
Okay, so right now, of course, we did see that Iran threatened immediate attacks. The U.S. Navy started escorting ships to the Strait of Hormuz. So now we've seen that they've apparently launched, from what I'm gathering at this point, multiple projectiles at a ship right off the tip of the UAE near the Strait of Hormuz. So their response, Iran's response, has already begun. They've already started attacking. So that's not a good sign. But what happens if the U.S. Navy starts to escort these ships through the Hormuz Strait? What is going to take place? 62% said Iran will attack the U.S. Navy, probably with their drone forces. 17% said the U.S. is bluffing, they probably won't end up escorting ships. And 16% said the U.S. will escort the ships probably without an issue. And this is a little bit concerning because when we said the U.S. needs to do something, we didn't necessarily mean sending in the U.S. Navy to the Strait of Hormuz because that's risky. Iran, as we can tell, and we just saw it literally 24 hours ago, Iran still has their entire fast attack boat fleet at their disposal. Those are armed with machine guns and also possibly missile launchers as well. So that's a bit of a problem. Also, Iran does have a pretty large fleet of sea-based attack drones as well that are autonomous. They do have those, and they've used those to attack some cargo ships in the past as well. So Of course, the U.S. Navy is well armed, but they're also somewhat vulnerable to these Sea Baby drones. And not necessarily Sea Baby branded drones, but it's the same type of drone generally. It's the Iranian version of that. So they're kind of vulnerable to it. So if we try to send U.S. Navy ships in the Strait, there's always a possibility that Iran sends out a drone, hits one of our destroyers, and then we have a ship sinking in the middle of the Strait. That's always a possibility. So it's a risky operation, to say the least. And I think Iran probably almost certainly will try to attack with those drones, and I'm not sure exactly what the U.S. is planning on doing to combat that threat, because that's a threat that we've been talking about for some time, and the U.S. appears to be going for one of the riskiest options possible with responding to the Strait of Hormuz being closed. So I'm with a 62%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to be with the 62%. This is an incredibly risky operation that risks high amounts of direct losses for the United States Navy in terms of surface combatant vessels, personnel, and also the safety of the vessels involved as well. Currently, no preliminary operations have been conducted by the United States military, or softening operations, as some would call them, to be able to try and clear out the significant threats that Iranian anti-ship forces pose around the area of the Strait. Currently, the entirety of the center of the Strait of Hormuz, including a large part of the United Arab Emirates and the nation of Oman's waters, are currently mined with Maham 7 and Maham 7 and Maham 3 mines. Maham 7 mines are fairly large and are capable of destroying most any merchant ship and U.S. vessel with a singular explosion along the hull. Maham 3s are largely smaller and are difficult to be able to detect with any form of an underwater radar or sonar system, meaning that they would be very difficult to pick up and be able to detect, meaning that U.S. vessels could easily sail right into one without even knowing. This means that this larger part, in red, of the Strait of Hormuz is largely shut down to any traffic. This leaves the areas that I've highlighted in purple above, Toll Booth 1 and Toll Booth 2, that the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has been enforcing and operating as some of the only viable paths for U.S. warships to be able to pass through the area, with several tankers or merchant ships in tow behind them and in front of them, depending on the arrangement that they make for these convoys or escorts that will be conducted through the area. These toll booths pass directly through territorial waters of the Islamic Republic of Iran, which means that it is well within range of coastal defense forces that could fire upon the U.S. warships or the U.S. merchant ships attempting to pass through the area, and also gives next to no response time for the United States Navy's warships to be able to detect incoming threats fired from the shore and to be able to shoot them down in time before they're able to hit a merchant ship or hit the U.S. vessels directly. The fact that we're not seeing that any preliminary or preparatory clearing operations have been conducted by the U.S. Air Force and the U.S. Naval Air Arm is setting the situation up to be incredibly dangerous, if not incredibly fatal, or highly fatal, or a high chance of damage being caused to the United States Navy's vessels and sailors, and also to the merchant ships that would attempt to pass through the area. This generally is a step in the right direction, however. Convoy escorts do have to be made eventually through the Strait of Hormuz. The issue is, however, is that it's jumping from the building blocks to do that straight to the very end conclusion. As we've laid it out here on this channel, the coastal defense forces of Iran do pose a significant threat to U.S. warships within such a small littoral area that this battlefield's inside of, meaning that while U.S. destroyers would be able to rents an Iranian fast-to-tank boat in the Arabian Sea any day of the week, the situation is a lot different within an area as small as the Strait of Hormuz. This means that the United States Air Force and the United States Navy's air arm on board the USS Abraham Lincoln, the USS Tripoli, and the USS George H.W. Bush would have to conduct extended air operations to be able to clear out at least some of the threats that would be posed to the U.S. Navy and those merchant ships as they attempt to make this passage through this area. And that is supposed to be done before ships even start to enter the area. Once these air operations are conducted, Iranian forces would not be completely destroyed, but most of their offensive firepower that could be fired at these ships would be largely mitigated or suppressed, meaning that these vessels would be able to make the passage, and whatever threats would be posed would be small enough that they would be manageable, at least moderately, by the forces of the United States Navy. Then the Navy would have to make it to the other side, somewhere around the anchorage near Ras Al Khaimah, and then start getting ships together to follow them in a conga line right back through one of these toll routes, as this is the only area clear that they could pass through, to be able to get back out to the other side into the Gulf of Oman. This means that once they get these merchant ships together, they then have to sail through that gauntlet again. That would easily be manageable if the U.S. either physically controlled the islands that we would have to pass by, or if we had done enough preparatory operations beforehand to be able to clear out most of the threats posed to the Navy and the sailors and the merchant ships that would be passing through. However, we have not, meaning that we're largely sending these vessels into an armed gauntlet, which could pose significant risk of destroying the vessels or heavily damaging them if they attempt to pass through. I would say that this is heavily inadvisable unless we were to see some sort of actions taken at least over the next 2 to 3 weeks, where a significant air campaign is conducted to clear out at least most of these threats or effectively suppress them to make sure that the threats posed to these vessels is not so large that they become overwhelmed and then get damaged or destroyed attempting to transit through the strait.
Yeah. Well, we've been seeing today, like throughout the entire day today, there's been intelligence aircraft all over the Persian Gulf and also around the Strait of Hormuz as well. There's been tanker aircraft from the U.S. Air Force, the intelligence aircraft. I would assume maybe some fighter jets, probably also in the area as well. We heard some pretty heavy fighter jet activity midway through the day in the airspace of Jordan earlier as well, and also over Iraq. So they've been deploying quite a bit of mapping technology in the strait. And I would assume they're probably getting an idea of where all the cargo ships are at, and also we know what Iran's deploying in the Strait of Hormuz right now, I'd imagine. So not totally sure what that is. I thought earlier today, I was almost certain that attacks were about to start on Iran because the amount of assets we had in the sky, and I think a lot of them are probably still in the sky right now, it was really remarkable to see it. So what do you think they were up to, by the way? What do you think they're trying to do by mapping out the area?
I think they're trying to map out the area to maybe see where the threats might be or what kind of direct surface fire could be directed at vessels once they attempt the passage. I think that's might be what they're trying to map out. There is a possibility that they were maybe trying to map out the minefields as well within the Strait of Hormuz, but that would be fairly difficult with the kind of aircraft that we heard of in the area today, if not impossible, due to their technological limitations and their specialization for other roles. So it most likely is trying to map out the surface-based threats that might exist somewhere within the area and the possible threats that captains would need to be aware of on the bergs that would be attempting to pass through. I also want to point this out to a lot of people right now, because a lot of people are always talking about the fast attack boats and the drones, the sea-based drones and the air-based drones that could be launched to the warships, but there is a much more permanent, or more so, I guess you could say, longer lasting historical threat that would be posed for a U.S. warship attempting to pass through this area, which is anti-ship missiles. Anti-ship missiles are some of the most conventional anti-ship ordnance that we could ever consider as a threat within the Strait of Hormuz. And a lot of people would think as a result of that, because it's such an older weapon system compared to the sea-based and air-based drones that could be launched at them, because of their older condition, they're probably not that big of a threat. However, they are the largest threat that we would see within this area right now. If Iranian anti-ship batteries are based just 24 miles away from Toll Booth 1 or Toll Booth 2, from the point that that anti-ship missile is fired at a U.S. warship to the point that it actually makes it to impact on that warship is a time of 2 minutes. That means that a U.S. warship, would have the amount of time to detect, lock onto, and attempt to shoot down and destroy every anti-ship missile fired at them during the time it would take to cook a Hot Pocket in a microwave, just to give you an idea of how little of an amount of time that is. That amount of time requires them to be able to identify on an air search or surface search radar an incoming anti-ship missile that has been fired at them, for the weapons control officer to be able to identify that it is an incoming Vampire, which is an anti-ship missile or some form of missile directed at the ship, to be able to communicate that possibly to the captain that there is an incoming threat, to be able to get authorization to return fire, to then return fire with the weapon that would be appropriate at that range to shoot down the missile, which at that point, the missile is most likely going to be less than 7 miles to 5 miles away from the ship. And then you have to hope that within the next 30 seconds, that missile is somehow shot down. And it won't just be one of them fired. Usually anti-ship missiles, due to how interceptor warfare works in the modern day, are usually fired en masse, meaning that more than 4 to 8 of these missiles could be fired at a single time at a U.S. warship or the convoy, attempting to hit either the Burke or the multiple merchant vessels that are following behind it as it's trying to lead them out. And you most likely have less than a 30 to 40 second window at that point to actually start firing at that incoming anti-ship missile and shoot it down. That amount of time is near impossible, if not insane, for a U.S. Navy warship to be able to operate off of. Surface ships operate off of a concept that air defense threats are usually going to be fired from over 70 miles away at a minimum. Littoral combat ships are more so geared to this type of warfare, but even at these kinds of ranges, it would be insane, if not nearly impossible, for a littoral combat ship, which is built for littoral warfare like this, to be able to deal with those threats properly and to have the ammunition to be able to survive the entire passage of the strait, which could take several hours from beginning to end. And during those several hours, they could easily find that multiple threats like that appear and attempt to hit and destroy the ship during its passage into the Persian Gulf, and then also on its way out, which is once again a voyage of an even longer amount of time, as the vessels would then be dependent on the slowest speed of the merchant ships they're escorting to be able to make their passage back out of the strait, because the warships can't just go 30 knots and leave behind a tanker that can only go 10, because then that means it's not being covered and it would be open to being fired upon and destroyed at that point. So this is a fairly difficult sort of a situation. I think that a lot of y'all can see, once we start to lay out the technicalities of what kind of threats would exist, what would have to be done, and how they would have to get through, that sending warships through in this kind of a condition and also asking merchant ships to blindly follow them back out of the strait could be akin to a one-way mission for most of these sailors and most of these ships that we might dedicate to this attempt.
Yeah, but get this though. I mean, right now inside of Iran, it is 4:04 a.m. So it's solidly a Monday morning in Iran right now. So that was when this whole situation with the U.S. escorts was supposed to start happening, according to the post that we got from the U.S. officials. So, I mean, a ship just tried to pass through and just got hit by a missile. And where's the U.S. Navy at? I don't see the U.S. Navy anywhere near the ship protecting it. We haven't heard anything about it. So I don't know if that ship maybe was relying on the U.S. statement and trying to run the blockade that Iran's imposing to get through, and maybe they got hit. Possibly that was it. But it's like, is the U.S. really intending to send ships in, or was it just like best wishes, and they're not actually going to send the Navy in? They're simply telling people that, you know, we'll be here for moral support, but good luck to you. I can't really tell at this point, because it looks like this first ship here has already gotten hit.
It does appear that the first ship got hit. It doesn't even look like it was a part of any larger U.S. operation, because the UK MTO warning that came out, just to show y'all this, came out right here. And that looks to be right on the coast of Oman, about right here or so. And really quickly, Matthew, can you find us, let me see if I can find this really quickly before I even start extrapolating on this further. Depth charts, let's see, Strait of Hormuz. Because we need to see what the depth charts show for this area right now. Let me see if I can find one. Yeah, so there's going to be some issues with trying to get anything through here, because it looks like, yeah, it looks like that'd be a problem. So generally, you can't really sail tankers through that area, and this is where the problem is right now, is that this area, and I was thinking that it probably would be the case, is a whole bunch of rocky shoals and reefs that exist between these smaller islands right here, which is why we've only been watching, and a lot of observant people would notice this, that Indian sailing ships and sailing ships have really only been the type of ship that's been able to pass through here, because they're the only one with, I believe it's called the draught, which is the amount of hull that's below the waterline, that is small enough or shallow enough to be able to pass over these rocky shoals and reefs that exist right north of the coast of Oman. A tanker would not be able to pass through, especially one that's laden with oil. Vessels that are laden with oil, like large oil tankers, lay pretty low in the waterline and are generally going to be running right into these reefs or shoals, and a U.S. warship would most likely do that as well, meaning that they only have two options, at least for these larger ships. They either have to go through the minefield, which is a death sentence at this point, because we're assuming that there's now hundreds of mines in that area, because of the swarms that keep going out there from the IRGC and dropping more mines in the dozens every few days into that area. Or, once again, they have to go in between Larak and Kashem Island, or they have to go south of Larak Island, where the minefield does not exist, to be able to try and make it through, which puts them well within a crisis zone. If the Iranians fire at them, they basically have no response time to be able to shoot down whatever the Iranians just shot at them from the coastline. So this situation is rather serious. And this vessel, by the way, mind you all, was hit right off of the coast of Oman. And the U.S. Navy was not there to support it. It isn't a part of larger attempts of Project Freedom to get ships through, but it was hit. And once again, which this is incredibly obvious, the Iranians have the ability to fire all the way across this little bathtub of water that exists here in the Strait and hit anything, whether it's on the southern end of the minefield trying to skirt over the shoals and reefs, or if it's right off of their coast, which is a lot easier to do. And they've already proven they could do both of these. So quite a significant issue, I would say, to the least. And this situation could be fixed, but not immediately, if we conducted air operations and maybe limited ground incursions on the islands in that area to be able to create a safer environment for passages. Because right now we're basically sending warships into a death gauntlet nearly and kind of just expecting them to survive.
Yeah, to say a death gauntlet, that's kind of understating it, because if you really think about it, I mean, there's probably a ton of mines right now in the Strait of Hormuz, in that international water section right there that you've highlighted in red. We don't even know how many mines are in there at this point. It's at least 12, and it's probably a lot more than that, because when we saw those fast attack boats go out yesterday on the satellite images that we went over last night on the stream, apparently they were laying more mines from the sound of it. Now today, it seems like people are confirming that apparently they were laying more mines. And that's what we speculated was the case last night. We said they're probably out there putting more mines in the Strait, and they were doing it preemptively, knowing that the U.S. was going to do this today with the whole escort situation through the Strait. So, I mean, that's a death trap going through there. I mean, you could hit a mine. That could be the end of a ship, possibly right there if you hit one. Then you got the sea drone threat. That's a huge threat. Ask Russia about that. That's a massive one. Their navy's gotten decimated by Ukraine, which has no navy, thanks to sea drones. And then on top of that, you got the aerial drones, and you had the fast attack boats. So it's like a triple whammy, quadruple whammy threat in the Strait of Hormuz. So sending ships into there, I mean, that would be quite bold to say the least. Not saying that the U.S. can't pull it off. There's always a possibility of anything happening, but it's certainly an uphill battle. I would say that's saying the least.
Also, I've seen some people say, and this has been a big argument on the internet, that the little fast attack boats can't lay mines. Here's a picture from H.I. Sutton of an Iranian fast attack boat carrying a Maham 3, which is the heaviest variant of anti-ship mine that they have in their arsenal. So if it can carry a Maham 3, it can carry a Maham 1, a Maham 7, or really any other variant of anti-ship mine that the Iranians have. And there's been dozens of these that went out in the Strait yesterday, clearly all dropping off anti-ship mines, as they can do that, and they might be able to carry a couple of these at a time, maybe two of them at a time. We're not entirely sure. And also, a lot of people, here's another thing that I find a little bit funny. People are always like, well, this mine weighs 900 pounds, so clearly this boat isn't able to load that on. I don't know where these people are not seeing this, but a lot of these little fast attack boats can carry like 10 or 12 people at a time. Do y'all know how much 10 or 12 people all weigh together in a group? More than this mine. And if the boats can carry that amount of people on a singular one of these fast attack boats pretty easily, then it can obviously carry one or two of these mines, without a doubt. So I would have to say they're definitely laying mines. This is the second time we've seen this, and they had to have laid at this point, with just the amount present yesterday and several days ago, somewhere around 160 mines or more if each of these ships was just carrying one mine apiece. So the minefield just went from 30 mines to somewhere around 210 to 220 mines, and that is a very conservative estimate of how many anti-ship mines are out there right now in that area.
Yeah, definitely.
But a lot of people are also talking about the situation with the drone threat from the coast, and whether it's an acceptable risk for the U.S. Navy to escort ships in the Strait of Hormuz amidst the ongoing drone threat. And Matthew, what are people thinking about this, and what are you thinking about it as well?
Okay, so we've been debating this here for a little while now. So what do y'all think about it? Because we've given our assessment. What does the audience think about the risk of the U.S. Navy going into the Strait of Hormuz to escort cargo ships and oil tankers away from the Iranian blockade amid the drone threat? So it looks like people are all over the place. It's almost evenly split, actually. 37% said the threat is manageable from the drones and the Iranian Navy. 36% said no, the drone threat from Iran is simply too dangerous and it's not wise. And 15% said the U.S. will probably clear out those boats by air using some type of, aircraft, U.S. Air Force aircraft, and they'll try to clear out the boats using something like that. So I would say personally, this is not something, if I was the president, I would not be ordering the U.S. Navy to go into the Strait of Hormuz. I would not be doing that because there's simply too many risks. If there was one risk, like let's just say it was only the fast attack boats and that was it, I would say, we could probably risk it. Like send in some aircraft to put some missiles on target if they start going toward the Navy ships, and we'll deal with it. If it gets too hairy, we'll simply pull back out of the strait. But the catch is, though, we've got at least 3 or 4 major threats all at once. So it's a lot worse. And Iran set it up that way intentionally, I'd imagine. They knew that the risk was going to be too high to send in ships. But right now, the U.S. is trying to make it seem like they're going to send ships in. But right now, we haven't seen it yet. So maybe the U.S. was just bluffing on this, which at this point, I wouldn't be surprised because it's very risky to send them in. But we'll have to see, though, because so far, one ship, cargo ship's already been attacked. It's been hit by an Iranian missile, and the U.S. Navy did not protect that ship. So I don't know where they were at. But they weren't there for that one, apparently. So I'm going to say the threat's too dangerous. I personally wouldn't order something like this. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that the threat is way too high from the drone side because a lot of people don't think of this like when we start talking about this, but there is no limit to the amount of drones that they could fire. Even FPV drones, like the little ones that the Ukrainians are using in a battlefield like Pokrovsk right now, could be launched to this ship because, crazily enough, it's that close to their coastline that they could do that. So if they have 60 of those little FPV drones, each of them with an RPG-7 warhead underslung under the drone, and then they have 30 shot heads fired, that means that that ship is having to deal with 90 incoming threats, and they're all going to hit within minutes. They have to be able to shoot down 90 air defense threats in less than a few minutes. Otherwise, they're going to start taking a beating. And some people are going to say, well, it's a warship, Enforcer. Obviously, they can take a beating because they're made for war. Well, that would be a World War II concept of what a warship is. Modern warships have quite literally no armor on board because they are designed not to get hit. They aren't designed to take hits and keep ticking. If they take a hit, they're out. You can tell that from the Falklands War, or you can tell that from the bombing of the USS Cole, or any other instance where U.S. vessels were hit by any type of explosive. It usually would completely debilitate and knock out the ship instantly with just one explosion, much less several or dozens that are hitting the ship within a minute of each other. So generally, a warship is not built to be able to survive these kinds of threats. And the fact that we haven't done anything to clear out these numbers of threats is something that's a little bit interesting, because many people have gone from saying, when I was saying we need to do clearing actions of, well, that won't even clear out all of the threats needed to get a ship through. Now many people are changing the story to, we don't even need to do air superiority actions over the strait and clear out the threats on the ground. The destroyers can actually just easily deal with these and swat them out of the way like it's nothing. And I can tell you all that, our analysis is never listened to, so it doesn't really matter. But I can tell you all that this isn't really going to be going too well in the way that we're trying to do this right now. Literally jumping from step one to the very end. We haven't even done any steps to make this doable, and now we're just skipping to the very end of, okay, let's do escort actions through the strait. This is going to end up atrociously. I can almost tell y'all at this point, and I don't like saying this, but with this kind of a mindset, this is going to become a reality. A U.S. warship is going to get hit by something in the strait. It is going to be set on fire. The fire may or may not be controlled, and that crew is going to have to abandon ship basically in hostile waters. Who knows what happens to them once they end up getting captured by the Iranians, because any sort of search and rescue efforts for that many people is probably not going to be that successful in recovering all of them from the water. Not only that, quite literally in the middle of Iran's territorial waters, with that in mind. If we keep a mindset that everything's just so easy, which people keep on making more and more mistakes off of through this war by just making everything sound like it's easy as cake, and it's definitely not, we're going to see that our own citizens that are serving this nation in the armed forces are going to pay dearly. They're either going to be captured, they're going to be prisoners of war for an indefinite period of time, who even knows when. They might be tortured, they might be executed, because we're trying to take things and conduct them at such a rash speed and such a reckless mental state that we're putting their lives in danger to achieve something that we could achieve by taking this a little bit more slowly and having the Air Force and the Naval Air Arm go in and try and clear this out to make the situation not peachy for them where there's literally no threats, but at least lower the threat level enough to where it's safe and plausible to send a ship through instead of doing what we're about to be doing in a couple of hours.
Yeah, well, it looks like initially when these reports came out that the U.S. was allegedly going to start, guiding ships out of the Strait of Hormuz, which many people interpreted that to mean escorts out of the Strait of Hormuz, myself included. It sounded like that's what they were describing. Now there's, some questionability about that, like for all the reasons we've gone over already. Just to give you an idea of what investors are currently thinking, the oil prices fell below $100 a barrel for the crude oil just 2 hours ago. Now the oil price is again rising. It looks like people are starting to realize that maybe it might have been a bluff, and now they're sort of, the fear and the panic setting back in, at least for investors, for the large part. So I'm beginning to wonder if the U.S. was just simply bluffing or just simply, making a strangely worded statement and the idea that maybe people would go for the bait. I'm not really sure what it is at this point, but I mean, we just saw a ship get hit. We just said that a second ago, and the U.S. Navy wasn't there. So I don't know. At this point, I don't know what's going on with the whole thing. It appears to be, if you take all the U.S. officials' words at face value, that they were going to be showing up. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see if Iran attacks another ship. It looks like Iran thought they were showing up because they started attacking ships.
Yeah, I would certainly agree. It doesn't look like it's a good situation at the moment at all, and it's looking rather rough. And I of course see many people in the chat always bringing up, what are we, IRGC propaganda? Well, I'm more so propaganda of trying to keep American soldiers safe. I don't think it's propaganda to say that we should leverage the superior firepower that we have in the Air Force and the Navy's aircraft carriers to be able to clear out the area to make it safe enough for a sailor to face down the clutches of death that they're about to be sailing through. I like to try and empathize with our citizen soldiers and sailors that are in our armed forces, that are the ones that are actually going to be out there and watching burning splinters go flying through the weapons control room in the ship once they get hit by an anti-ship missile or an Iranian drone because they weren't able to deal with them and shoot all of them down. And I try and think about that sailor and what he's going to be thinking of in his final moments, or what he's going to be thinking of when he's abandoning ship in Iranian waters, and go, I would rather like for him to avoid that situation, and I'd rather like for us to actually conduct strategies that protect our sailors and soldiers to make sure that we're not putting them in a situation that requires them to lay down their lives knowingly for the country and needlessly, when we could have avoided that altogether and just come up with a better war plan to be able to make sure that we're not sending people to certain death when they didn't have to be. Sometimes
Yeah.
in war, death is a necessity, and sometimes our service members will die, and their sacrifice will be remembered by the nation and the republic for all time because they continued to make this nation what it is. But I'm not of the idea of telling people to go and get themselves killed in the U.S. Armed Forces needlessly when that isn't necessary and when we have plenty of other options to make sure that something like that doesn't happen. And I feel like just taking 2 to 3 weeks on this to be able to make sure that we clear it out to make it safe enough for them to pass through is not too much of a big ask. I feel like making sure that it's safe enough for them instead of just throwing away American lives needlessly is a much safer option and a far more patriotic option that considers the safety of our people first and foremost in any operations that we undertake. So
Yeah, but all that aside, right there, is we don't really know if the ships are going in yet or not. They might not go in at all, from the looks of it. But do you think this was maybe some way for the U.S. to try to basically sort of bait Iran into attacking maybe some ships, maybe the U.S. Navy or something like that, so that way they would have some type of justification for restarting hostilities on Iran potentially? They might have been trying to get Iran to be the first aggressor, so that way they'd have a justification maybe.
well, in the current situation, that certainly could be the case. They're definitely going to fire upon a U.S. warship. But generally you could just start at military operations now. I mean, we have plenty of justification. They're blocking the freedom of navigation. That is a violation of international law. We don't even need for them to shoot at any of our sailors or any of our ships and put them in harm's way needlessly to either lose a whole Arleigh Burke, which we hardly have the abilities to build them in the United States anymore, and possibly lose dozens of sailors in the process to make a justification. We already have a justification. They're not letting commercial ships through the strait, and because the United States
Oh
in
no.
theory.
Oh, not that. I'm not saying to send in a ship and let it get attacked and then use that as a justification. I'm saying simply putting the announcement out that the U.S. was going to intend on going to the strait. Then it would cause, obviously, Iran, which they've already done, to start attacking ships. They might start launching attacks preemptively on the Gulf states. They might launch attacks on the U.S. Navy before any of the U.S. Navy ships go into the strait. And that would then give the U.S. a defensive justification to say, hey, look, I mean, look, Congress, look, Senate, we had to start attacking Iran again because it's all defensive. We didn't start it up on our own accord. We simply wanted to start defending our guys. We had to. It was involuntary.
I mean, you could try. I mean, you could try and do that, but that depends on the Iranians being goaded into attacking, which we're not guaranteed at the moment. And it looks like while they're making pretty fiery statements, it doesn't really look like that's leaning into directly attacking us or anyone else in the region preemptively, rather than the ships that are passing through. And we've already set the precedent as the United States over the past few weeks in the ceasefire that when they fire upon any ships or seize them, we have absolutely no reaction at all, or even an announcement to make about that action. So it would be pretty hard at this point to make a justification of, we've completely ignored this happening over the past several weeks for over a dozen times, but this time now we're going to use it as a justification. That'd be a hard one to make. The Iranians firing at us would be a much easier one, but that depends on them firing at us. And right now I think that they're largely lying in wait for a U.S. warship to make the mistake of going into the strait with the amount of firepower they have there right now, and then obliterating them, which then basically gets the same result on our end. We have a justification to attack them, but we're also down a warship, and we're also down a good amount of sailors as well that have either been killed or captured in that situation.
Yeah, maybe so. I see some people in the chat saying, though, they're saying, well, I mean, it doesn't really seem like Iran wants to break the ceasefire. It seems like Iran wants to keep it the way it is. And I would agree with you. And for the people saying that, I would agree 100%. Every single day that Iran's able to stall with these negotiations, they are able to keep the Strait of Hormuz closed, because that pretty much guarantees that the U.S. isn't taking military action to reopen the strait every single day that Iran keeps stringing the U.S. officials along week after week. And every single day the strait stays closed, we are seeing the effects stack up on the global economy. Today we heard that apparently the farmers are having such financial difficulties that they're worried that their farms are all going under, that we might have possibly a famine here in the United States eventually if this doesn't get sorted out quickly. And every single day that this continues, that situation is getting worse. So it's in Iran's interest to put pressure on the West to keep the talks going, to keep stalling, and to also keep the Strait of Hormuz closed as well. So, I think that's what they're doing. That's why they want to keep this thing stalled out like this, because as time goes by, Iran gains more leverage and the U.S. starts losing it, which is something that's fallen on deaf ears right now with the U.S. leadership. They don't appear to see that for the most part, but they better act quick, because otherwise it could be bad for everybody.
Also, on top of that, that's the reason why they'll never be goaded into firing first. Because why? It's like they're in a prime situation right now. The U.S. over 2.5 weeks of a blockade has inflicted about $4.8 billion of economic damage on Iran, which isn't great, but it's manageable. In the meantime, they're sitting here continuing their blockade of the strait, and we're already seeing some pretty significant damage right now in the Western world, and all they have to do is try and sit this thing out and wait. They don't have to actively do anything to us anymore at all. We have to actively do something to them. So, for the larger part, the ball's in our court, not theirs to start attacks, and we either have to start attacking them and clearing out the strait, or they'll just sit back forever in the conditions that they are right now, because they are able to ensure their blockade. It's unchallenged. It has not been challenged. It may never be challenged. And they're able to keep inflicting economic damage the world over and do nothing in the meantime to do it.
Yeah, and also for the people saying it's fear mongering, like here's the report. This came out less than 24 hours ago. It's a report from Forbes, and the headline says 70% of farmers can't afford to grow all their crops. That's what the headline says, and that's not fear mongering. I mean, we've been seeing that the bankruptcies of the farmers have been going through the roof ever since the Strait of Hormuz has been closed, and that is a big problem. These effects, they're going to be compounding. So as time goes by, we'll start to feel them gradually. It's not going to be all at once, where like tomorrow you wake up and the food's gone. It's not going to be like that. It's going to compound, and the further and further it gets deeper into the hole, the worse it's going to be, and the longer it's going to take to pull ourselves back out of the hole. So by the time people start feeling the effects of it, we'll be too far gone at that point. So that's why we keep making a point to say this on the air over and over and over, is because we need to catch it before it gets bad, and the government needs to start dealing with it before it gets horrible, because once it does get horrible, it's going to be that way for quite some time. And the U.S. hasn't experienced a famine famine. Have we ever experienced a proper famine in the United States? Like even during the Great Depression, was that a proper famine?
It pretty much was, but it wasn't because of, say, like a drought or natural causes, because that's usually what institutes a famine. It was actually because of the financial situation in the United States, that because people couldn't afford the price of food, there was a famine. But it wasn't due to a complete physical lack of food.
Yeah, so I mean, the U.S. hasn't really dealt with a proper famine, like a serious one yet, but we might be sort of barreling toward it right now, and people won't buy it until we're actually feeling it like firsthand. Then nobody buys anything that serious until they actually see it with their own eyes. But I mean, this is literally the trajectory that the U.S. is on right now. This is the trajectory we're on. So unless the U.S. is able to pull a rabbit out of the hat, then we're probably heading toward it, would be my guess.
Yeah, I would have to say I would certainly believe that it's going to be getting pretty rough, because to tell you a little bit about the only time that we've seen something like this happen nationwide, because I do have to give the caveat, folks, that there were a large amount of small famines that happened throughout the United States for one region, for one reason or another, but most of those were within early American history, before industrialization and the introduction of a global, or more so a national supply chain, where ebbs and flows in a local area could actually lead to legitimate famines. There was one that actually happened within the area of the Nantahala National Forest, just west of Asheville, back in the 1830s, that actually led to one of the first railroads in the United States being built out into this area to be able to stop them from going through another famine, and making sure that they had some level of food security that didn't rely on crop yields and good weather just within their local area. But the only time we've ever seen this happen on a national level was during the Great Depression. Before the Great Depression, during the 1920s, a large amount of farms that had been built up under the bonds and loans that were issued by the U.S. government and banks during the First World War to try and increase food production to make sure that they had enough for the war effort, started to run on difficult financial times, and were also finding it incredibly difficult to pay back their loans. Because of how the current market situation existed in the 20s, there was really no regulation by the U.S. government as to how many crops could go to market, meaning that everybody that raised their crops and harvested them put all of their crops in the market with absolutely no regulation or more so artificial control of the supply. This means that prices fell through the floor, and most farmers were not able to make any profits on their yields. In fact, year over year, they were losing profits. During that time of the early 1920s, a lot of those farmers started to go bankrupt and defaulted on those loans that the U.S. government and banks had given them to be able to grow out their farms. Then when the financial crash of 1929 happened in the stock market, and then the bank collapses happened afterwards, when the run on the banks began because of the stock market crash, that is when we saw that the situation actually became dire. Because of the already physical lack of food that was existing in the country due to a large amount of farm bankruptcies, and also now due to the financial strain that the country was under, a large amount of people in America could actually not afford the food that was left. And so for that reason, tens of thousands of people in the United States of America would end up starving to death in what is kind of called an artificial famine, because it wasn't one caused by food scarcity, it was caused by monetary scarcity, and then the high prices of the food that existed because of the economic conditions. That's why we see now that the U.S. government, through it would be the USDA and a couple of other government bureaus and agencies, pays farmers to destroy crops at the end of harvest season, because they're trying to make sure that they control the supply and therefore the prices, so that way such a similar situation doesn't happen again in the modern age of
Yeah.
industrialized agriculture.
Yeah, it's really kind of horrifying if you think about it. Like I know people when they hear something that's this, it is scary. I will admit, I'm not going to pretend like it's not horrifying to me as well. It is, but just to address it objectively, it's a bit of a perfect storm that's currently brewing right now. Because think about it, you have the fuel cost rising through the roof. You need fuel to actually distribute the food to the stores for people to be able to purchase it. That's a problem, which means prices are rising. Number two, the actual source of the food, which is the farms, are currently going bankrupt at a record pace. And also they can't buy enough fertilizer to even fertilize their crops, which is reducing the yields for the farmers that are still in business. So that's a big problem as well. Also, if we want to start importing food, that might be a problem, because of course you have to have ships transporting the food, or possibly aircraft, and that takes fuel, and that cost is rising through the roof. So it's a perfect storm. That's the problem right now. And, I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure if they're going to be able to get this solved before it becomes a big problem. So eventually, we'll have to work through whatever happens. Like ultimately, it's not doomsday. Like we'll have to work through whatever it is and simply adapt. But just to let everybody know ahead of time what it looks like, it's not looking super positive right now. So that's why we've been saying that the U.S. should act quickly about this and don't stall, because stalling is going to cost everybody.
I would certainly agree, and that's why action must be taken as quickly as possible in the situation and must be done effectively so that way we minimize losses and that we also increase the chances of success and mitigation of the fallout that is already going to be happening, but we're now trying to control the extent of the fallout that is to follow from the actions that have already been made. So with that, I hope that does address that well, at least the best we can at the moment. And we're also going to be giving you a little bit of additional information that's come out from the area over the course of the day. Before the development happened on air of another ship being hit, we were able to see that there was confirmation that Iran was in fact laying more mines in the Strait of Hormuz yesterday with their larger IRGC fast attack swarms. And we also were able to see additionally that another ship has been seized by the Islamic Republic of Iran today called the Pilatus Marine. We do understand that this vessel, including the Minoan Falcon, was also seized as well by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, and we were able to get a UKMT report on this incident. The UKMTO has received a report of an incident 11 nautical miles west of Surik, Iran. The master of a northbound bulk carrier has reported being attacked by multiple small craft. All crew are reported safe and no environmental impact has been reported. Vessels are advised to transit with caution and report any suspicious activity to the UKMTO while authorities investigate. That was one of the vessels that actually was later seized by the Islamic Republic of Iran and is once again now under their control. The Iranians have also put out a decent amount of statements over the course of the day as well, giving the United States another term of surrender, which laid out the following points. Phase 1, convert the ceasefire into a full end of the war within 30 days across the entire region, including Lebanon. Mutual commitments by Iran, the U.S., Israeli, and Iranian proxies not to attack each other. Iran would gradually reopen the Strait of Hormuz and clear the mines it laid, accepting U.S. assistance. In return, the U.S. lifts its blockade of Iranian ports. An international body would be established to oversee compliance. Iran revised its demands for reparations in new and sophisticated wording. The proposal also demands withdrawal of forces from Iran's maritime surroundings and an end to major force concentrations in the region. Phase 2 includes the freezing of uranium enrichment for 15 years. After that, Iran resumes enrichment to 3.6%, but commits not to stockpile enriched uranium. Iran rejects the U.S. demand to dismantle nuclear infrastructure or destroy facilities. Already enriched uranium would be transferred to other countries or diluted to civilian levels. Sanctions lifted gradually on a clear timetable, including release of frozen Iranian assets worldwide. Phase 3 would then include Iran enters strategic dialogue with Arab and regional states to build a region-wide security framework. So to take all of this out of the more technical wordage of the states right now and to lay this out and what this would physically mean for us here in the United States, this is what it means. We hand over complete control of the Strait of Hormuz to the Iranians. It's pretty much run as their waters from this point on, from north to south and east to west through the entirety of the strait. We would also have to completely give up on asking them anything or stopping their nuclear weapons development and their intercontinental ballistic missile development. They would be able to really do those without any oversight whatsoever, and we would just be having to rely on their good word that they're not trying to create a nuclear weapon, although they already were for years now and are still going to be working on that afterwards. They showed that clearly through the JCPOA. We've also been able to hear that apparently the Iranians would be looking for some form of reparations, but they've changed a little bit of the wordage on that, meaning that we would actually have to pay them money for them to be satisfied and satiated, even with all of the other concessions that we would have to give them at this point. We also would have to completely withdraw all of our forces from the Middle East and pledge to never building up any significant amount of forces in the region again, basically giving up our sphere of influence and control over our sphere within that area by default. And Iran would then step in and start building its own sphere of influence with all of the other Middle Eastern nations after they kicked us out. That is currently Iran's demands, in short, which are absolutely unacceptable in multiple different measures. This is basically demanding for us to surrender and retreat from the Middle East.
Yeah, that's a garbage proposal right there. It's not even worth the paper it was probably written on for the most part. It's really wild. Also, by the way, I find something else interesting. I'm not sure if you got this post right here or not, but I saw today there was footage coming out apparently of a whole bunch of Pakistanis crossing over into Iran to start basically taking petroleum from Iran and distributing that petroleum from Iran back into Pakistan. I'm not sure if you saw that or not.
I actually did. We're going to be getting to that one here in a little bit once we get into the internal Iranian news, because there's that marker and
Yeah.
another one in Tehran, but it was crazy.
Yeah, well, the reason why I bring that up as well is because, this proposal was delivered to Pakistan and it was then relayed to the United States. The Pakistanis, by the way, like they're not really our friends. Like I know some people think just because they're the mediator that somehow they're neutral to the United States or somehow they're friends with the United States. We gotta be very careful with the Pakistanis. And apparently they're letting this happen from what we could tell because Pakistan controls their borders. Obviously, it's not just wide open borders in Pakistan. So the fact that apparently vehicles are going across into Iran and then back and allegedly carrying petroleum products on them, so that way they can get them out of Iran because Iran's running out of petroleum storage, seems a little bit questionable to me, to say the least.
I would definitely have to say it is questionable, but we'll show you all that here in a little bit. We also were able to hear that the Iranians have given a 30-day ultimatum to the United States that they must lift the naval blockade, or the options are now an impossible military operation or a bad deal, according to the Iranians. This is also showing us the Iranians are now putting a deadline on the U.S. blockade, and then we don't really know what they're going to be doing further on than that if we break that deadline. They didn't really specify that clearly. We also were able to see that the Iranians did threaten war once again and warned that the Strait of Hormuz could become a graveyard for U.S. pirates amid escalating tensions. So it appears that the Iranians are still threatening war as usual. But moving us on out of this news directly within the Strait, we also saw that the Iranians threatened an anchorage today near to the area of Ras Al Khaimah. Ras Al Khaimah's anchorage is right off the coast of Ras Al Khaimah, about 5 miles west. And this is where a large amount of ships are currently still awaiting the ability to try and pass through the strait at some point here in the future. The Iranians broadcast a message today through a direct attack within the area, as we were able to hear the UK MTO advisory stated the following. The UK MTO has received a report from several masters in the vicinity of Ras Al Khaimah that they have been directed via VHF broadcast to move from their anchorages. Authorities continue to investigate, and vessels are requested to report any further suspicious activity. In the meantime, a lot of vessels decided not to take their chances, and they started to pack up from this large anchorage, and they started to move the hell away from there, heading even deeper into the Persian Gulf to be able to try and escape the eventual attack that the Islamic Republic of Iran may conduct on their vessels as they are sitting there attempting to wait for the moment to pass through the strait. So it does appear that the Iranians are still even further expanding their blockade and are once again using terror for the larger part to control the ships within the region and make sure that they're absolutely nowhere close to the strait. This would also require the United States Navy, once it runs the gauntlet, if that's the plan, and it generally looks like that is the plan, through the Strait of Hormuz, to have to travel all the way to these ships, which may be sitting somewhere within the middle of the UAE and Qatar, to then be able to organize them into a convoy and then bring them towards the Strait of Hormuz, which increases the amount of time per transit for a U.S. naval vessel and a convoy, and it also buys the Iranians a little bit more time to get their defenses ready each go-around for these vessels to try and pass through the strait and for them to be able to have their chance to fire upon them with a decent amount of success of landing some hits. We've also been able to hear that near to the area of the Gulf of Oman, CENTCOM also announced that they have been able to turn around 49 Iranian vessels from their blockade over the course of its entirety, once again showing that the U.S. Navy is still enforcing the U.S. blockade within the Gulf of Oman. That is the entirety of the situation as we've seen it over the day inside the Strait of Hormuz, what's happening now and what may be following within the next several days. We've also been able to see that along the Iranian-Pakistani border, there's been a little bit of a situation. This is the one that Matthew was actually talking about just a moment ago. Here we can see an endless amount of pickups, and they're all apparently carrying some sort of fuel or gas to the Pakistani border for these individuals to sell off, and then apparently make some money, and for the Pakistanis to be able to get some oil or some fuel of some sort. Don't really know how this is working, but this is the footage that came out today, showing an endless stream of these pickup trucks waiting at the Pakistani border to be able to try and shift over just a couple of gallons, maybe just a barrel each, of oil from each of these trucks.
Pause the video. Just show a snippet of the video.
Oh, well, we've already shown that snippet, I suppose, then. But moving us on out of that development along the Pakistani border, we also were able to hear from the Iranian government that they claimed that the United Arab Emirates fighter jets took part in the prior airstrikes against Iran during the armed phase of the conflict, meaning that the Iranians are stating that the UAE is an active belligerent in the war, and if the war begins, this is supposed to clearly indicate that they're considering the UAE to be a part of further military actions, and they'll be trying to go out of their way to strike them in the future. We've also been able to hear that U.S. aircraft were on the move today over Iraq, and we were able to note that a U.S. State Department CN-235 was operating a State 34 over the area and appears to have been heading to the Sulaymaniyah airport in northern Iraq, most likely to speak to the Kurdish authorities within that area, maybe even about the guns and where they ended up going after we gave them to them. We've also heard within southern Lebanon that the Israelis are continuing their military operations against Hezbollah, and we were able to see some artillery operations today by the Israelis against Hezbollah forces within this area. We also were able to additionally hear that apparently the Israelis blew up some sort of a boat restaurant along the coastline, which we could see right here. Apparently they stated that it was affiliated with some Hezbollah activities, so they took a bomb straight to the restaurant and blew the boat restaurant to pieces. That is the restaurant right there, by the way, just in case y'all are wondering, what did it look like? Well, that's what it looked like, but it no longer exists because of the 2,000-pound bomb that was planted right inside of it. Moving us on out of that news, the Israelis also appear to be indicating that they're pretty ready for war. That's not really a shock. The Israelis are already always bruising around for, cruising around for a bruising in a sense.
You're always bruising around for a cruising. I've never heard it put that way.
Man and fish can coexist peacefully, but according to a statement by senior Iranian officials to News 14, a return to fighting in Iran is dictated by reality. This is not a question of if, but when. So that was the statement by Israeli authorities today, once again showing that they're once again just raring to go for the continuation of the conflict. We also saw that major U.S. airlifts were still ongoing throughout the day, indicating that military actions will eventually be happening within the region at some point. But that's generally all of our news that we have from the Middle East, and that's actually going to be returning us on back up into Europe and all of the major news and developments that we got out of that area over the course of this day. But before we move on into that, I do have to say, folks, that we have been live on air for an hour and 40 minutes already at this point, and we've already covered the major news of the drone attacks that were happening in Moscow and in the St. Petersburg area, and we've also covered the entirety of the news within the Middle East so far. We're about to be moving on back into Europe and a little bit of periphery news elsewhere around the world to be able to cover those major developments that are happening elsewhere. But before we get on into the rest of this all, I do want to make sure that we round out one last poll that's been asked of all of y'all on the situation in the Middle East, as it does appear that a lot of, that one piece of footage today showed hundreds of trucks that appear to be trying to transport some sort of oil into Pakistan. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that right now, and what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so nobody's really sure the exact reason why these trucks are going to Iran, but it's pretty clear that something's up. I mean, why is everybody trying to go into a war-torn country where a war is about to break out? Seems a little bit strange. So the footage appears to show Iran exporting oil to Pakistan via pickup trucks. So what should happen? 36% said the U.S. should threaten military action, while another 36% said the U.S. should just ignore it, and 17% said the U.S. should diplomatically protest. So it's not worth military action. I will say that. It's not really worth it because, pickup trucks, even if they are exporting oil and it turns out to be true, the speculation about that, it's not enough to really fool with because, pickup trucks really can't transport that much right there. And the problem is Iran's run out of oil storage. So that's probably why they're trying to get it out of their country is because of that. So I think that the U.S. should probably just diplomatically protest. Since Pakistan wants to pretend like they're our friends, then go to them and say, hey, look, if you're really such our friend, then what's going on here at your border, and confront them about it and see what they say. Just simply do that and leave it at that pretty much. I mean, it's just not worth the trouble. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that we should diplomatically protest, but I would say that it's not really that big of a deal. I mean, it's not like it's millions of barrels a day going into Pakistan. It's probably a few thousand in reality, and that's really nothing to even make that big of an issue over. And on top of that, it doesn't look like it's sanctioned by the Iranian government or the Pakistani government. It looks like this might be taken upon by the people themselves on both sides, and some corrupt border officials are probably allowing this to happen. So turning this into a giant overblown deal where we start threatening military action against a nuclear-armed Pakistan would be really jumping the gun on the situation that doesn't even require that and won't be changing the broader situation at all with our current position against the Iranians. So I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion. But with that in mind, I do have to once again get back to what I was talking about, which is the length of the stream and how many people have been here. Because we've had a peak viewership tonight of 19.3 thousand people here on the stream over the course of the past hour and 40 minutes. And we've also seen that 135,000 people have watched this show over that amount of time. I'm going to thank you all greatly for really enjoying our breaking news streams that we run every single day. And I hope that this one has once again been up to enforced respect. I've tried to make sure to tone down the more so the emotion and just get more into the technicality tonight, because it is a breaking news live stream, and I hope that a lot of people have been enjoying the more in-depth looks or the more intricate details of the kind of military operations involved in the analysis and also the news as well, as we try our best to make sure that we provide the most well-researched news and also the most up-to-date news and accurate news that we possibly can here on this channel. But before we move on into the rest of our news for the night, I do want to make sure that we take a brief pause for a moment and address 3 questions from the chat to get to talk to a few of y'all before we get on into the rest of all of the news for the night. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so our first super chat to address goes to Friar Robert, and thank you very much, Friar, for that $201 support, by the way, a massive support, and we do appreciate it very much. It's that support right there that keeps our channel running, and we are almost entirely crowdfunded by the viewers, so we do appreciate that. And Friar said 2 items. He said, my daughter turned me onto your site, and when I told her I liked you guys, she responded, I don't listen to fake news. Well, I would say our track record speaks for itself. 4 years running plus. But anyways, number 2, they said, what's up with the microwave guns that are supposed to shoot down drones?
And I think actually, Matthew, his daughter is the one who turned him on to the show. So I think she's saying that she doesn't like fake news and we're not. I think that's what that meant.
Okay. I was interpreting that to mean that the daughter was like saying, I don't listen to those fake news bastards like talking about us. I was thinking, damn. I was thinking like something about this doesn't make sense. I'm like, why don't you recommend the show and then say it's fake news? That makes more sense.
Yeah, I was going to be like, why would she turn them on to the channel and then say we're fake news? I was like, that would make a lot of sense. But huge thanks to you once again for that incredible support, Friar Robert. And I got to say, that's great to hear that we get shared around in between families. There's actually a lot of families who watch this show, like entire families, the daughters and the sons and the moms and the dads and distant relatives that get together sometimes to watch the show. And I always think that that's really cool to hear, that it sometimes becomes an entire family deal to listen to the Enforcer news show, because it's so cool to think about that, folks. Like, to think that a lot of people gather around and apparently have some family time while watching the show. I always think that's a great thing, and it's wonderful to hear that your daughter recommended this channel to you, and I hope that you've been enjoying it greatly. It sounds like you certainly have, and I hope that she's continuing to enjoy it as well, because we always try and make sure to put out the best news, the most up-to-date news, accurate, and as well analyzed as it can be, because it means a lot to us to know that loads of people look towards this channel to be a reliable beacon, basically a lighthouse in the storm of bad news, or fake news more so, that comes out from around the world, the news that leans either always to the hard left or always to the hard right, or they just live in conspiracy theory land where the truth is mired in a whole bunch of false realities that completely muddy up the kind of atmosphere or conditions that the news is actually happening in and developing in. And we're always happy to know that we can be one of the folks out there on YouTube that are able to clear out that sort of a news space and try and keep it a lot more accurate and sticking to the facts. And I got to thank you massively for humongously supporting the channel tonight, and helping this channel to keep it running, because it is viewer support itself that helps us to be able to keep these breaking news streams running, to keep our short war videos going, and to keep our regular, normal scheduled stream shows running as well. Which sadly tonight, folks, we won't be able to run one because this one went live early and also is going to be running into that stream time without a doubt, so we won't be able to get to that one. But I do thank you incredibly once again. And as far as the microwave guns, those are actually from what we can tell, they're actually a little bit of an obsolete concept these days. The idea back then was that some form of a microwave, or really more so of an electronic pulse, would be able to knock out a drone, at least in a limited burst, and be able to render them moot. But we don't really see a lot of those being used these days because they actually turned out to be somewhat ineffective. We started to see that a lot of the drone guns were not able to put out a strong enough burst of a right kind of a frequency or at a great enough distance to be able to knock out the more so drones that were coming in and attempting to hit the enemy forces like the Russian Federation. So for that reason, we started to see that drone warfare and countermeasures started to evolve to stationary objects that were able to emit much stronger signals, or electronic warfare signals, over a broader area over an indefinite period of time. And those have proven to be somewhat effective to some degree, but even still, sometimes those are not entirely effective either. The most effective form of drone defense that we see these days in the war in Ukraine is in the technical terms called kinetic drone defenses, which it sounds really neat and really advanced, but what that really means in proper English is putting a gun to a drone and blasting it out of the sky. That's basically what kinetic drone defense is, and that has crazy enough proven to be the most reliable form of drone defense possible. It can't get through an electronic, well, I mean, a drone might be able to get through an electronic warfare system, can't get through a bullet. So that's been the real running logic these days in Ukraine, is that it might be able to get through an electronic warfare system, it might be fiber optic, it might just be lucky, but it sure as hell ain't getting through that slug that we're going to fire at it from a 12 gauge, and it seems to have been quite effective. They're working nowadays on laser-based defense systems around most of the world, but the problem with those is that while a lot of people put a lot of hope and faith in them, and I'm certainly one of those people, it's hope and faith that is put forward too much too quickly. The systems just aren't fieldable yet, and they haven't been produced in large enough numbers to become the evolution in that quote-unquote kinetic drone defense sphere of just directly shooting them down. So while they do exist, they're just not in large enough numbers, meaning that the microwave guns, as you call them of old, have long since disappeared for the most part, and we've seen that they've been replaced by just standard shotguns and machine guns for the larger part.
I hate to break it, but actually that's not the case. The high-powered microwave weapons, they're still in development to a large degree. There's pretty much every major defense company here in the United States is developing their own version of it for the most part. But no, they're still working on it. It still is an actual concept that they're working on, so it's definitely not gone by the wayside. It's just still a work in progress since 2018.
Well, yeah, but I'm talking about the ones that you saw on Ukraine and Russia's side that's been pretty much completely phased out at this point, except for the Russian air defenses in Moscow, which still move this thing around in public from time to time. But the Ukrainians never use them, and we never even see any Russian frontline units that are issued these or use them, and haven't for years now.
Yeah, but like high-powered microwave weapons, though, to deal with drones, that's still a technology. Like they may not be using it like with the frontline soldiers, but it's still a technology that's still being explored to defend against drones to a large degree. So the technology itself is not obsolete; it's still a thing.
Well, I guess that wasn't a good wordage because, like, considering that it's been phased out of use pretty much in Ukraine, that would generally suggest, at least normally, that it's obsolete or it just doesn't work. Like that's really what I was trying to say. Because, like, if you roll out a tank and the tank is so lightly armored it gets blown away, and it gets blown away so often they stop using it, generally we would say that that kind of weapon system is now obsolete, at least in its current form. And while it might come back later in an evolution, it's generally not usable now, and therefore would be deemed obsolete. So that's more so what I was saying.
The high power microwave weapons, the premise that they work on is basically directed energy, which is what microwaves are that most people know about. But it fires a EMP pulse to disable the electronics in the drone. So even if it's a fiber optic controlled drone, it can still be affected by the high power microwaves, even if it is a fiber optic. So that's why they're still working on it, because the main reason why people have started switching to physical interceptors mainly is because it's cheap and it's a lot easier to develop than something as advanced as a HPM weapon that they were talking about.
Interesting. I actually didn't know that one. All I knew is that the original drone guns, which I thought he was talking about there were the microwave guns, were the ones that he was asking about. And those generally, in their iterations that we saw back in the early part of the war, are obsolete because they're completely unusable in the modern war space, and we haven't seen them used for years. But a big thanks to you so much once again for that unbelievably massive support and helping this channel to keep it running, because it is folks like you and your support that helps to make this thing possible, because we run ad-free and sponsor-free shows every single day of the week, 6 days a week, and it's only viewer support that helps this entire channel to keep on rolling every day. And I got to thank you so much once again for that, because you're helping us to stay on air and be able to talk about the interesting news going on around the world. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again, and with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to none other than Nick Hines. And thank you very much, Nick, for that $50 support. And we do appreciate that very, very much. And Nick said, it must be going down if you guys are starting this early.
Oh, yeah, pretty much. I mean, major drone attack in Moscow, the announcement of attempting to break the Iranian blockade in the next few hours, it actually is going down quite a lot. And I got to thank you massively for the support, so that way we can be on air and cover this news as it is going down, because folks like you supporting this channel give us the ability to be able to cover this news each and every day, and to be cover breaking news streams like these, to where major events are happening that rarely ever happen in the modern day, if at all, in the news that we cover. So a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we were on to the last question of the segment, and then we're going to be moving on into the rest of the news for the night.
All right, and this one goes to Trister1, who put in a $50 support. And thank you very much, Trister, for that $50 support right there. He did not leave a comment, though, and I think he already left for the night. But we do appreciate it from a longtime channel legend, Trister. And we do, once again, appreciate that support. And Enforcer, what say you?
And I got to thank you massively for the support, Trister, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible. It wouldn't be able to keep running, and we wouldn't be able to be here right now. I hope you're having a great night if you're not here right now at the moment. If you were still here, I hope you've been enjoying the show, because while you didn't throw in a comment, the support says a load without any words and helps us to be able to say thousands of words and keep running the show every single day. So a huge thanks to you so much for that.
I think he had to go back to the hospital.
Oh, well, that's unfortunate to hear. I hope he's
a doctor.
Oh, well, that's better to hear. So I hope.
So, man, he just went through all the emotions. He was like, oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Oh, he's a doctor. Oh, that was a roller coaster, kind of like the Strait of Hormuz.
Man, real. But beyond that, I gotta thank you once again for support, Tristan, and I hope you have a fun time at the hospital then. And with that, it's time for us to move on from that whole brain twister right there, because the way Matthew said that, I thought he was dying. Like, Matthew was one of those doctors who comes out and goes, and it's like, tell me, doc, is he gonna make it? Well, he looks like he's dead. Oh, no, I mean, he just looks like he's dead. He's fine, but he doesn't look that great physically. It's like, man, it's like, all right, great way to fake me out. Man,
that was honestly hilarious. That was comedy gold right there. Totally unintentional, too.
Man, you said he went to the hospital. I went, aw. But he's a doctor. I went, yay! Like, that's like the discourse. Right? Goodness. But anyways, a huge thanks to you once again. And with that, it is time for us to move on into the rest of the news for the night. Moving us on and over into the People's Republic of China, we have seen that the U.S. Secret Service is still preparing everything for the arrival of the President of the United States, which will be happening between May 14th and 15th, as several C-17 Globemasters have been flying in and out of Beijing on a somewhat regular basis to be able to get everything in place for the arrival of the President in the People's Republic of China. Just to give you all some updates on that. We've also been able to hear within the United States of America a couple of interesting developments as well. For one, the pizza index is indicating a heightened level of activity, which is showing us that right now the Pentagon is still working those midnight oil hours and trying to get everything together for what's going to be happening next, whatever that may be in reality. We've also been able to hear additionally, I don't know why that's a marker, let me get rid of that one, just popped it out of the blue. But we also were able to hear that here within the United States of America, according to Forbes, 70% of farmers can't afford to grow all of their crops. And to give you a little bit of an understanding of the situation right now, due to the cost of fertilizer and a couple of other agricultural resources that are required for a successful harvest here in the United States these days, farmers are finding it impossible to be able to afford the increased prices. Farmers that are not major corporations generally see that their margins are fairly slim. You're never going to become a multimillionaire being a farmer. But it is incredibly important work. It feeds the nation and it makes sure that our food security is stable. However, with the rising cost of fertilizer, a lot of farmers are being eked out from being able to fertilize their fields and produce their 100% maximum yields because they cannot afford the rising cost of fertilizer. This also means that we're going to be seeing decreased crop yields this year at a minimum as a result of this, and we may also see that if the prices continue to increase, that farmers generally may start going under at far higher rates. We already know that according to financial reports that have been made recently, bankruptcies for farmers in the United States of America have increased by 40% across the nation and have increased 70% within the U.S. Midwest, which is the highest rate that we've seen so far in the increases that have happened over about the past 2 months. So it is giving us an understanding that the strain is already hitting farmers at this moment right now, and unlike some people in the chat who say everything's fine and everything's well, farmers are not doing that well as a result of this. If you doubt that, you can go ask all the people over at Spirit Airlines if they're doing well. And with the rising oil prices, a different market, and generally they're saying that they're not doing too well. Case in point, their company shut down just yesterday. So,
Man, it's killing me how many people are totally ignoring the letter that Spirit Airlines put out before they went under about how they were blaming the jet fuel price rise for the reason why they went under. People are completely ignoring that. Like, it's wild. Like, I've seen like nonstop all over Twitter today, people saying, "Oh, it's this person's fault or it's that person's fault." It's like, I mean, and there's even an organization out there that's involved with airlines that's saying that, oh, it's this person's fault. It's like, are y'all ignoring the airline's own letter that they put out? It's like the people that literally know their own books, they know their finances, are the ones saying that it was the jet fuel cost that sunk them, but yet they're acting like it's not the case.
Well, I mean, obviously, Matthew, all these stupid idiots that ran this company clearly don't know what sunk their company. I mean, that'd be like asking us, Matthew, one day if the YouTube channel goes under, why it went under. Clearly, we wouldn't know because we only run the company and we're only involved in its intricate, intimate details to know why. Clearly, some other guy in the U.S. government who doesn't want to make it sound like, he led to the collapse of a company would know the answers, although he wasn't involved in the operations of the company whatsoever, to be able to know what actually led to it to fall apart. And also, just to meet this one at the head, people are saying, because this is the alternative, well, it was actually the failure of allowing the JetBlue Spirit merger a couple of years back that actually led to Spirit collapsing. That's not the case. That merger could not be allowed, and I went and looked into that after the show last night, because it would have produced a company that would have created a monopoly within that sphere, which is the budget airline industry. That would have created a monopoly. The Surface Transportation Board and the U.S. government cannot make actions and approve mergers that create monopolies within an industrial market or an industrial category. That is completely out of the question. The government, by law, cannot do that. So blaming the government for saying, damn them for following the law and not allowing a monopoly to be formed by that merger is a pretty goofy argument, because generally, as a running trend here in the United States, we're generally against the government sponsoring, encouraging, and forming monopolies, or monopolies forming naturally on their own. So, pretty hard to make the claim, well, if we only allowed for a monopoly to happen and the U.S. government to completely just overlook the antitrust laws that we have to follow, then this whole thing would have been fine. It's like, well, I mean, technically we can merge every single company in the United States into one corporate conglomerate and just call it America Incorporated, and nobody would ever go under at that point because it'd just be one super company. But that generally seems to be a little bit of an un-American principle, to be able to form the entire nation's industrial sector and commercial sector into one business to just try and avoid any sort of financial collapses.
Yeah. Well, it's a crazy thing. It's like they were called Spirit when they were in business. It's like, now that they're out of business, what are they going to rebrand to now? Ghost? I mean, what are they going to call it now? Are they going to call it Phantom? It's like, also, by the way, it's like, who's going to buy all those assets? I mean, they had a lot of planes. They had a lot of everything. I mean, they have gates at airports. And unfortunately, a whole bunch of employees got laid off too, obviously, when they went under, which is a shame. But somebody's eventually going to buy it. I heard a YouTuber out there is apparently going to try to buy the airline and turn it into a community airline.
Really?
Yeah, it's just a rumor, though. I'm not sure if it's true, but yeah, somebody's eventually going to buy it. They got a lot of aircraft that's now available for sale, I'd imagine.
Wait, you're saying, Matthew, that because their company shut down, all of these aircraft are just empty and vacant?
Yeah, that's usually what happens.
I know a name for it. Spirit Halloween.
Spirit Halloween, like a pop-up shop.
Yes, we run horror-related pop-up shops inside the Spirit aircraft. The branding is almost completely done already. Spirit and Spirit Halloween have very similar names. We just had to paint a little Halloween below Spirit, and there you have it. You got a Spirit Halloween right there.
Yeah, I mean, possibly. I heard rumors too that the U.S. government was thinking about buying the assets of Spirit and somehow turning it into like a state like sponsored airline or something, which is a little bit odd because in a capitalist society you don't really have like state run companies like that. It's usually not a thing. That's usually something you see in like the USSR or something like that. Not really America. But they were rumored, or at least chatting about. I'm not sure if it was maybe just a whole bunch of chatter to ignore for the most part. Probably is. But that would be a fascinating concept.
That would be a fascinating concept. We'll have to see what they do with it. I have a feeling though it's probably just going to end up being the legacy airlines because everyone always has fanciful ideas. It'll probably just be the legacy airlines that buy up all the A320s. Because let me think here, what company would probably do that? I mean, it might actually be JetBlue that just buys up whatever's left for the most part, and
I
then
doubt it.
why not?
I'm not sure if they got the money on hand to go buy
Oh
all that stuff like
yeah.
that.
Oh yeah, I forgot the whole financial calamity thing going on in that industry. Oh yeah, like I forgot that's a
I
limiting
think I think
factor.
all of them. I think all of them, not one particular airline. I think they're all kind of hurting to a large degree because when the prices of everything start rising, their margins start shrinking, and their margins during peacetime is already pretty rough because the airline business is tough. It's as tough as what I've heard is the restaurant business. That type of tough, very slim margins. One thing goes wrong, and you could be going under in a week.
Yeah, that's what happened back in the day to Pan Am and TWA and all of the others, Northwest and everything, back in the time of the 1970s oil crisis. That pretty much guaranteed that all of them were going to be folding within the next 10 to 15 years after that.
Yeah, so I'll be curious to see who gets it, but right now it's not really clear.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. That's true. We also were able to hear, by the way, folks, another little news before we go out of Washington, that according to the U.S. Attorney General, Todd Blanche, he stated that the United States is engaged in a military operation in Iran, not a war. This came a day after the President of the United States issued a letter to Congress announcing the official cessation of hostilities with the Islamic Republic of Iran. So I have a feeling that the Department of Justice and the Office of the President really aren't on the same page as to whether the war is on or whether it's off, because we're hearing everything in between. Moving us on out of that, it's now time for us to finally get on back into Europe and all of the major news that's come out of here over the course of the day. Moving us on into Europe, we were able to hear that Germany has announced through Friedrich Merz's Twitter that the United States is and will remain Germany's most important partner in the North Atlantic Alliance. We share a common goal. Iran must not be allowed to acquire nuclear weapons. So it is showing that.
Uh-oh.
Hmm?
He's starting to walk back his statements a little bit. It looks like he might be feeling the pressure from the U.S. actually.
Maybe so. So it does look like the Germans are taking a little step back and backtracking some of the prior statements that they've made. We've also been able to hear that Sweden did seize an oil tanker today called the Jinhui in the Baltic Sea as part of a growing crackdown on Russia's sanctions and shadow fleet. The ship, sailing under a Syrian flag, was boarded near Trelleborg. Authorities suspect it's involved in sanctions evasion using fake or irregular flag registration and also flagged safety and seaworthiness problems. It was reportedly not carrying cargo, and its route and destination raised questions by Swedish authorities. Outside of that news, we also were able to hear of other major developments within the Russian Federation, which we're going to be getting into right now. Moving us on into the city of Perm, we were able to confirm that the damage to the oil tanks within the southern area of the refinery have been quite significant, as video footage, picture evidence more so, came out today, showing the fire and the damage that's been caused to the southern area of the facility, and the area in red is the part that has been destroyed, so most of the major oil tanks within that area are completely gone. Moving us on out of that news in Perm and that fire that finally appears to be dying down, we also were able to hear that just west of Ufa, within the small Russian city of Chishmy in Bashkortostan, it does appear that they got cooked today by a Ukrainian drone attack.
Charbroiled, perhaps?
I tell you. Maybe even finely grilled. Take a look at this one. Oh, Pabliet.
Man, they're whipping out the fine Russia for this one.
Man, they really are whipping out that fine Russia. You know, before long, Matthew, they're going to be calling that fine China because it's going to be a part of the People's Republic of China.
I knew that one was coming. I literally set that one up for you. You walked it clean.
Man, you set me up for that slam dunk right there. I tell you, my boy. Moving us on close to the Ukrainian border, we also get to see that the Ukrainian drones, they just keep ticking, even after taking a licking. This drone right here was hit by a Russian interceptor, but interestingly enough, it had taken a humongous amount of shrapnel damage even before this from multiple other drones that tried to take it down, and it was still going. It's like the Second World War out here with the amount of shrapnel holes that's in this thing, and it's still going. We don't know if it made it to its target or not, but it certainly looked like it had a decent chance of doing it. We also got to see that Voronezh came under significant attack today as well, while Moscow was also under attack, which we saw in several clips, including that one showing a fire. We also were able to see some clips here, showing us that whole scene.
Oh, that's a mess right there. You got ringtones going off in the background. It's chaos.
Man, legitimate chaos. Unmitigated chaos. And we also got this clip as well. This one also from Voronezh. When you hear the dogs yapping in the background, as they listen to the noises. We can see a little bit of air defense fire there. Oh!
Oh, wow. This rescue was awfully silent while that was happening. Usually they're freaking out and screaming.
Man, honestly, usually they are, but he kept the composure. He kept it well. We also got to see some other clips. Oh, actually, that was more so the report on the massive drone attack. And we also got to see air defenses active over Belgorod today. You can see the shrieks of the S-300 air defense systems that might be in the area, trying to shoot down the incoming drones. We don't know if they were successful or not, but it did confirm that there was air defense activity over Belgorod today. Moving us on out of all of this footage within the central area of the western part of the Russian Federation, we have to go down and into the area of Novorossiysk. Ukrainian drone attacks last night started to hit some different targets. Russian shadow tankers that were attempting to load up with a little bit of oil that they can load in Novorossiysk. They started blowing these up before they could even make it to the port. Easy pickings is what they call them.
Man, are we looking at Russia or are we looking at Iran?
We're definitely looking at Russia. You know how we know?
How?
Because in the background, I can hear, the long-range sanctions are increasing every day. They need to walk away while they have the chance.
We have the Sea Baby drone. They're gonna send out a Sea Baby to go see what's happening in the strait. Oh, look at that.
Oh man, we didn't get the last moments of it, but man, this thing was lurking back here. It's just lurking and went in for the engine room.
Man, it just took a moment to really line up and say, oh, there's the engine room, and then went right for it. Really something. Moving us on out of all of these clips, we also got to see within the occupied territories of Ukraine that Ukrainian armed forces were striking targets within Luhansk. We were able to see FP2s making their way on into the city of Luhansk in this clip. And there's the hit. Oh, твою мать, блядь.
Tough day, tough break.
And then we got another clip of it as well. So if you didn't enjoy the first one, you certainly will enjoy the second.
What a gremlin.
It's coming in. He's gonna hit the city.
Своим, блядь, медом нахуй намазанный или что, блядь? Пидорасы, блядь.
You know, I just realized something. The little telegram logo down there in the left corner looks like a drone coming in.
You know, it kind of does, actually.
Пиздец, что происходит в этом мире? Сука, опять нахуй пролетел у меня нахуй над хатой.
And here it comes again. But moving us on from that clip and on into our next one, we also were able to see right here. There you get the blast out of the whole thing. That's nice. That's
no
wonderful.
pun intended.
Oh? Oh! Oh, well, we just got blinded by the light. And then they turned it back off. And look at that! A little fire in Luhansk. Well, moving us on out of that, and on into the area of Alchevsk, we also were able to see some strikes in Alchevsk. Oh, твою мать, блядь.
They've already got the generators running.
Man, they know it. They know when it's coming. Those generators get cooking. But moving us on out of all of that, we need to make sure to go and get y'all an important analysis over the course of this D. And it's an important one that was provided by Miss Disa, keeper of the records. We have been able to see that over the course of this day, no Bobcats Skidsters were lost, please.
Damn, that's a damn shame right there.
It's a tragedy, really. But we were able to hear that over the course of this day, over the course of the entirety of the day, that Russian losses from May 3rd on day 1530 are as follows. 76 artillery systems ties as the 15th highest loss. 2,224 drones is tied for the 13th highest new category. 12 plus ground robotic vehicles or ground robotic complexes added to the cumulative 1,294. That's an entirely new category, by the way. And 282 auto and fuel tanks is the 5th highest loss. Over the course of the day, we have been able to hear that 1,080 Russian soldiers have been wounded and killed, along with 2 main battle tanks, 3 APCs, 76 artillery pieces, 2 MLRSs, 2,224 drones, 12 ground robotic complexes, which are ground-based drones, and 282 supply trucks and fuel trucks. It was a pretty decent day, and one thing that's very interesting to note is that we have an entirely new category of losses. The ground robotic complex. These are the little tractor-wheeled ground-based drones that we've seen that both sides have started to use in greater degrees, and apparently I'm guessing that the Ukrainians took these losses and created an entirely different category out of them, out of the operational tactical UAV category. We're not entirely sure how that works in particular or where they got the number of 1,306 to work off of beforehand, but I'm guessing that it must have been from the operational tactical UAVs, and they now decide to divide the category into air-based drones and ground-based drones instead of totaling them all into one large group, which doesn't really describe exactly what type of drone, which there's huge differences, of course, are being hit and destroyed. But moving us on out of that bit of news and that casualty report, which is adding an entirely new loss factor into the equation, we also were able to see that down in the front of Konstantinivka, the Ukrainians were continuing to strike and destroy Russian forces, in the 36th Marine Brigade, that is. Let us take a look. Oh, there went an anti-tank mine into that house. And there goes the house. You know, that thing didn't
What
look
was
like
that house? Why did it have like prison bars in the front of it?
You see, Matthew, this is where they put the haters of the Enforcer channel, you see. They put them in the breeze. Like, man, like, with the bars on the windows.
Man, that house was like literally made like a shed you'd find at the hardware store, though the way it had those metal rods like going through it.
Well, Matthew, that's how they build them. Like, that's how they build them in Eastern Europe. We can also see this tank right here getting chased down. A little woolly looking.
A woolly mammoth. Look, oh,
Opa.
oh dear. We have a little. Oh, I thought we had a replay, but oh.
Oh, look, some Russians on dirt bike. They're having so much outdoor fun, and now they are not. And then they get a ladder, and then they get an excavator, and then they get another Russian soldier, and then they get an APC, and then they get a Bulhaka. Or a lot of
Dang, man, they had that thing like packed full of dudes. I didn't know that thing had that kind of weight capacity on it.
And they got a Bulhaka and a Euro. Honestly, man, like the way they load some of these vehicles down, I feel like the suspension's destroyed by the time they get somewhere on them.
Yeah, and then the Ukrainians really destroy the suspension when they get done hitting it.
Yeah, I tell you, man, they be hitting this thing like that fella in that Michael Jackson movie. I forgot what his name is. But we see them here dropping more anti-tank mines. Jeez.
Just dropping entire anti-tank mines on the spot. Oh, look, they got some losses for sure. They got the stat report after this video.
Let's see here. This is enemy soldiers 55, position 63, drones, which is Bila for some reason, 79. Brohana Technica, which are APCs. These are 3. Motor Technica, which are like little ATVs. That's what it means in Ukrainian. That's 11. And then they have automobiles, which are also Automobilna Technica, 65 of them. Then they got 33 communication systems, 10. Let's see, these are the Boynevi Savsovi, I believe is what the hell is pronounced. That's 10 tanks. And then they also got 1. I don't know what that is. It's a Logistics for, it says logistica. Okay, so that's one logistics post. In total, they've gotten quite a lot of logistics positions and pieces of equipment, 191 of them actually. So the 36th Brigade of the Marines is doing quite well on that front. We also were able to additionally see within the area of Pokrovsk that Russian forces were also apparently sending out the crippled. The 155th Mechanized Marine, or the Naval Infantry of the Russian Federation, which you can see right there, are apparently sending out cripples to the front. They're literally having to use crutches to try and advance on a Ukrainian position. I'm not going to show you the
That's
whole clip.
awful.
Yeah, it is awful. I'm not going to show you all the whole clip on this one because the Ukrainians did wipe the guy out. But once again, showing the desperation the Russians are at to be using cripples to try and attack Ukrainian positions when they're clearly not fit for any sort of combat service or even military service at this point. We also got to see in the Huilopol direction that the Ukrainian armed forces of the 82nd Air Assault Brigade were also striking and destroying Russian forces south of the city of Huilopol, including this generator. Chabam.
Well, there it went. They won't have any more power after that.
And also these ambush drones on the street. Chabam. And also this additional communication square. It's kind of like a brownie square, you know. We can also see them hitting this comm system on top of the roof of this house. We see it on that pole right there sticking through the roof. And they blew that one up. We also see them hitting that right there as well. Also hitting that.
Whoa.
Whoppa. Another ambush drone. Whada bing whada boom. And we can also see them continuing to hit quite a myriad of Russian positions. Whoppa.
Also, by the way, for the people asking, some people are saying, is this going to be the new schedule right here?
No.
And this is not the new schedule. This right here is what's known as an emergency stream. And we run these right here whenever there's breaking news to cover that we really just can't wait until the normal stream time to cover it because it's happening live. When the stream went live, the attack on Moscow, we were still getting the footage from that. And also while we were live on the air, we heard about another attack in the Strait of Hormuz as well. So that's why it's an unusual exception just on these days. But other than that, we'll always be streaming at 10 p.m. Eastern time.
And that is always the case. 10 p.m. Eastern time, folks, is the magic hour for the Enforcer channel because that's when we go live. We also were able to see the near to the Mirny direction in Zaporizhia, the 108th Territorial Defense Forces were also targeting and striking Russian forces over the course of this day. Take a look. Opa. Oh, that guy seems to have been a little disturbed. We can also see them striking another position here as well. And we can also see them striking a Russian soldier right there. Hiding behind the trees just doesn't really produce the kind of results it used to back in the day. Back in the day, you might be able to hide yourself from infantrymen in the distance, but nowadays it just seems that that's very difficult, if not impossible to do, because the drone can just fly around it and then see you from the side you're hiding on. Doesn't really work out too well for them, but who am I to judge? They're the ones out there. We also were able to hear that apparently a drone exploded onto an area of a radiation monitoring laboratory near to the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant, and the International Atomic Energy Agency said the team on site has already requested access to the facility to inspect the consequences, and Rafael Grossi stressed that attacks near nuclear facilities pose a serious security threat, which is a given. Moving us on out of that news and on out of the front lines of Ukraine, that is actually all of the news that we have for the day. And it is not what you think. But with that, sadly, we don't have a speech from the President of Ukraine, President Volodymyr Zelensky, today on day 1530 of the news. So we're actually going to be moving immediately on out of the news segment and on into the question segment. But I've got to say that we're entirely honored and greatly appreciative to have had so many of y'all here over the course of this stream. We've had a peak viewership tonight of 19.2 thousand people and an overall viewership of 163,000 people at this point over the course of about 2 hours and 20 minutes. We're always entirely honored and greatly appreciative of everyone who watches this channel and considers it to be their primary source of news. We always try our best every single day, 6 days, really 7 days a week, if we're being honest, to be able to make sure that the news is as covered as best as it can be. And I hope that once again, we have met that criteria for many of y'all tonight. Of course, we're about to be moving on to the question segment, which is where we get to talk to each and every single one of y'all, and we get to talk to y'all on everything except for religion, politics, climate change, and whether the A-10 is relevant in modern warfare or not. We can't talk about those topics, but we can talk about every other topic out there on the menu tonight. So, Matthew, please take it away. What do we got?
All right. So, as I'm sure most of y'all will be able to tell, our entire schedule is about to get wildly busy again, starting this week, because I mean, it doesn't take a genius to see this, but the things are about to start popping off like crazy starting from today onward. It's about to start going berserk. In the Strait of Hormuz, it's going to be going berserk. The Iran hostilities are restarting, and also Russia might be about to do something to Ukraine as well. So, a lot of stuff happening. So, today's just the start of it, by the way. So, tomorrow is always our day off on Monday, but I really doubt it's going to be a day off tomorrow. I have a feeling that we'll probably be either doing a video, stream, or something tomorrow, is my guess. So, wild times, going right back into it. We had a brief reprieve there for a while, but it's time for the wild stuff to start back up again. So, with that, let's jump right back into our super chat questions here and start with those. And our first one of the last segment is going to go to Cerebrus3. And thank you very much, Cerebrus, for that $100 support. Very generous of you, and we do appreciate that. And Cerebrus said, I can't stay long. Food prep to do for the month, and break down some chickens and beef bones. But I wanted to donate to Ukraine, and thank you guys for a phenomenal job.
And thank you so much for the support, Cerebrus3. And I thank you so much for supporting the channel, because I do have to remind everyone that because this is a breaking news stream, we didn't have time to set up a fundraiser, and we only had time to be able to set up the show and then start running immediately as soon as it was ready to go. So I do thank you incredibly for the support to this channel and helping it to keep on running. And I do have to say that food prep is important prep. You always got to prep the food. I hardly get any time to prep food. I don't think Matthew does either. So most of our diet consists of pre-made foods, or foods that are very easy to make, like chicken sandwiches with a Costco chicken. So I thank you incredibly for the support. I hope that food prep has been going well, and I thank you so much once again for supporting this channel and helping you to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running and keep the news rolling each and every single day. And so a huge thanks to you once again, and with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have here a $50 support from Chris Feilbach, and thank you very much, Chris, for that 50 as well. He said today's emergency orb word of the day is floorboard, as in Putin hiding under the floorboard. Won't help him very much right now. I have a feeling that today he probably got a little bit rattled, I have a feeling, because this attack was a little bit close to home from the looks of it that Ukraine conducted on Moscow. So I'm sure they got them rattled quite a bit. And also the fact that there was drones crashing down in the streets, and also a high-rise got hit. And we haven't really mentioned this so far, but we don't really know what was in that high rise at that level. That appeared to be a very high-end part of Moscow, so it might have been that maybe a government official was living in that. We don't know. We're waiting on that detail right now about who might have been in that apartment building. But Ukraine hit a pretty high-end apartment spot. So, you know, in Moscow, the way it works, if you're living in one of those, you're probably important in the government or you're important to a company, one or the other inside of there. So I'm not sure if they were targeting somebody specific, but that is quite concerning for the Russians at least. But Enforcer, what's say you?
I would definitely have to agree, and I also got to say thank you for the orb word of the day. Floorboard is a new one. I haven't heard that one myself, but now that you've brought that to my attention, I'm going to have to add that to my vocabulary. Putin's hiding under the floorboards. That's a real good one right there. I really like that one. And a huge thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on rolling, and I hope that it has addressed that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Robert Betancourt. And thank you, Robert, for that $50 support, that is. So we do appreciate that. He said, the U.S. Navy has extended all enlistments to 2029 with no branch transfers allowed. 30-second NAV STA. And what say you?
1 second here. I got to go check that really quickly. Navy enlistment news. Let's see here.
They're going to start holding them boys captive now?
I'm not seeing anything about that. So I don't know where you got that information, Robert, but there's absolutely nothing out there anywhere that suggests that the U.S. Navy just unilaterally extended everybody's contracts into 2029. Because there's no stop-loss measures out there right now. There's no public announcement of that. There's no press releases about that. And considering that that would probably be causing uproar in the military, that people who may not want to enlist are now being told that they're going to be in the military for the next 4 years, I would say that that probably is not accurate information. But I do thank you for the support and help this channel to keep on running, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
The only thing I'm seeing on it is an article back from 2025 saying the U.S. Navy let service members extend their enlistment like more than usual or something, but I'm not seeing anything to confirm that either. So it appears to be that, unfortunately, wherever that came from, somebody wasn't reporting it accurately, wherever that came from. But thank you, Robert, nonetheless, for that support. We also have a 50 from Grand Moff Clubby, and thank you very much, Grand, for that $50 support. They said, it seems like, to me, that the U.S. no longer cares about what it does. The Congress seems to have no spine, and the administration is kind of doing whatever it wants. It's like the U.S. wants the Russians to attack Europe. LLT, LSA, and long live the Empire.
And long live the Lee Spring Army. And I'd have to say, generally, it kind of does seem like that. It's a pretty annoying and disheartening kind of a thing to see. And it's also so disheartening to watch how we always talk on this channel about the best interest of the country and the best interest of the citizens and making sure to look out for them, whether they're in the service or not. And it's really something, folks. Like, it really makes it hard to even have a lot of compassion for the country in some cases, because I sit there and say something tonight, like a lot of y'all were here for this earlier, where I'll say something like, in the current conditions that the Strait of Hormuz is in right now, sending a warship through would be akin to a one-way mission that's pretty much signing them all off to death. So we need to do other actions to make sure that it's clear enough for them to be able to get through. And then a whole bunch of people in the chat want to say that, it's like that's a wuss mindset. We ought to be sending in these people to certain death. U.S. volunteer sailors, mind you all, we ought to be sending them into certain death. And it's really crazy to me that people have that kind of a mindset, that nowadays they'd be willing to basically kill fellow Americans through incompetence just to try and push forward this blind followship, or more so following that they have for whoever they like. It's honestly insane to me these days to watch that kind of stuff. And it really disappoints me in some of the U.S. public that they would be so blind and ignorant and idiotic to even suggest something like that, when we could easily do something else, achieving the same result, but making sure that we're not needlessly putting our sailors in the clutches of certain death to achieve nothing for the larger part with the current conditions we're watching right now. But I do thank you incredibly for the support and help this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running, we wouldn't be able to make it possible, and we wouldn't be able to be the exception to the norm these days of the kind of idiocy that kind of permeates in this country, and making sure that we have a level head and really look out for the citizens and the interests of the United States of America and what would be best for the citizenry and our volunteer service members as well, considering that they too are also citizens. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, a big shout out to BC Skyman, and thank you very much, BC, for that $50 support as well. A longtime channel legend, by the way. As most people know, BC's been around since I think basically since the beginning of the channel for the most part. But thank you very much, BC, for that $50 support. He said, "Good evening, Enforcers, and I appreciate the hard work."
And I thank you so much for appreciating the hard work, BC Scam. And a huge thanks to you for the support as well. Good to have you here. Better late than never. I saw the super chat come in just a little while ago, and I've got to say that we're massively appreciative that you're here with us. An old guard and a channel legend of the Lee Spring Army. And I got to thank you massively for supporting the channel as well, because folks like you help us to be able to keep this thing running, help us to be able to keep this thing rolling, and help us to keep covering the news. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. And there went my esophagus. It is just, a little...
The esophagus has left the chat.
Man, the esophagus is always leaving the chat these days. I wish it would hang on there. But a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have here a $40 support from Chad Shepard, and thank you very much, Chad, for that 40. He said, "Enforcer, I've been watching since this started, and I respect you both and Matt. However, you did say send some Arleigh Burks through there and escort them out. Now I understand that some things have changed, but actually not much."
And I thank you for the support, but that was never just do that blindly. Like, you know, I think you might be misinterpreting a little bit of what I said, because whenever I said we need to start doing convoy duties, I always said we need to do an air campaign beforehand to be able to clear out the area to make it safe enough to send them through and then send them through. I don't think that at any point on the stream I've ever said, let's just send Burks in the current conditions right now and pray for the best, which is what the plan seems to be at the moment, because that would be akin to basically signing everyone off on those ships to death at some level, and that would be tactically and strategically unwise on a myriad of different levels to just do that outright without any preparatory work beforehand. That would be like saying, for example, oh, well, you know, the German, like in World War I, oh, the Germans are over there in that trench over no man's land. Let's just tell the infantry to go over top without an artillery barrage on the Germans beforehand to soften them up, and let's see what they can do. And if you say anything against that, you're a coward, or you hate Britain or America or the Allies, or you're a traitor to the nation. You know, that would kind of be like a similar thing of what we're hearing from some people tonight. And that would be akin to just do something outright like this, like sending an Arleigh Burke. This is akin to strategic and tactical stupidity. This is something that like a second lieutenant would come up with in Vietnam of, let's have the F-4 Phantoms come in and drop napalm right on top of us to try and get the VC. It's like, well, that ends up killing the whole platoon, including that lieutenant. And it doesn't really do much of anything to the VC, and we achieve nothing, and we lose everybody in the process. So I thank you for the support and help with the channel to keep it running, but I think it might have been misunderstanding or simplifying my words from the past, because I don't think at any point I've ever suggested doing something that gung-ho without some sort of preparatory airstrikes to soften up the area and make it a lot easier to do that, which is also what I recommended tonight. But a huge thanks to you so much once again, and with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and in the meantime, we do have another super chat here. This one is from My Hands Are On Fire, and thank you very much, My Hands Are On Fire, for that $50 support. And they said, thanks for all the hard work, and LLT, LSA. And we do appreciate those kind words, by the way. I have a feeling the hard work's going to be ramping up probably as big as it was during the last month. That was in, let's see, January, February, in March, that is. I almost forgot the month. But in March, we were busy as hell. I have a feeling we're about to get busy again right now. April was generally not too bad for the most part. Like, it was busy, but it wasn't like, you know, the wars breaking out again type deal. So we're going back into it. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say big thanks to your support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I would have to say that we greatly appreciate your support. I actually don't know what super chat we're on at the moment right now, because I'm way down the spreadsheet. I think you already written that one in. But a big thanks to you so much for the kind words and helping this channel to keep on running. And long live the Lee Spring Army. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Captain David, and thank you very much, Captain David, for that $20 support. He said, I love these early streams, but now I won't have anything to watch tomorrow. And this message brought to you by the Enforcer's Next Day crew.
And I gotta thank you so much for enjoying the early streams. Sadly, this won't be a normal occurrence on the schedule, because this is a breaking news stream today on the Sunday. But we will be returning back to our normal 10 p.m. Eastern Time streaming window once Tuesday comes around in the next 48 hours or so, and then we'll be covering it then. But I gotta thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I gotta say, we appreciate you being a part of the Enforcer Next Day crew. So huge thanks to you so much once again, and helping this channel to keep it running, and I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, in the meantime, I've been scanning for more breaking news, and I don't see anything coming out yet. It's really weird. We had a huge period of crazy news coming out there for a while, and then now there's pretty much nothing for the most part coming out. So, not sure why it went quiet all of a sudden out of the blue. It's a little bit interesting in itself, but we'll have to see what happens. Because right now, let's see, what time is it? Time in Tehran, Iran right now. It's currently, it's almost 6 a.m. in the morning in Tehran right now. So, I mean, it's about to be daybreak over there, and not really seeing much of anything happening right this second. So, I'll have to find out here soon what's going to go down. But moving into our next super chat, this one goes to Miss Paula Thomas. And thank you, Paula, for that $20 support. And he said, and the is where the U.S. government's arrogance and not going into partnership with Ukraine on drone warfare is coming home to roost.
I would say it certainly looks like it is, because we've been talking about how they need to adapt to drone warfare for years, and nobody in any administration has listened to that. That's fallen completely on deaf ears, and really the military hasn't listened to that either, and that fell on deaf ears. And now we're seeing that their war plan is, of course, produced pretty bad results because it was a poorly drawn up war plan. And now we're having to try and figure out how to fix all of the problems, which really, no matter how it goes at this point, it's going to incur some pretty decent losses compared to how it could have gone. But a big thanks to you for supporting up with this channel to keep it running, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a super chat from Raphael Philippe, and thank you very much, Raphael, for that 20. He said that the idea was to send a message, force air defenses to go to Moscow and reinforce the sentiment of losing to the people, and well done. Honestly, that sounds like it's probably the case, really. And also, like, you know, with the proximity being close to the parade happening in just 6 days, it was definitely intended to basically influence that event, I would say. And at this point, I mean, I wouldn't put it past that maybe Ukraine might actually attack the parade. But the catch is, it's only going to be ground forces at the parade. That's going to be it. There's no equipment there. But at this point, though, I mean, with Ukraine attacking 6 days out, literally just a couple of kilometers away from where the parade's going to be held, that's sending a pretty clear message, I would say. I agree. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say it certainly is sending a clear message. I think it's attempting to either see that the parade is canceled to make it clear to the Russian public that Ukraine is largely in control of the situation these days, or it was attempting to do that and try and divert even more air defense towards Moscow to protect the parade, even more than what's been put there right now, which is an insane amount, so that way they can attack other targets more easily during May 9th or around that time. So a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And Matthew, really quickly, I've got to ask you, at any point in time, did I ever say, let's just send in Arleigh Burks into the Strait without clearing out the area enough to make that safe? Do you remember a time where I said that? Because I'm seeing that Chad saying that I did say that at some point. I don't remember saying anything like that. And and generally throughout this whole war, I've kept my sort of analysis basically on the same line of thinking every night.
I think we got into a debate about that, if I'm remembering it properly, because I remember vaguely, I remember bringing up the point about, you know, the U.S. just can't send in Navy ships into the Strait of Hormuz, because if you do that, you're going to get attacked by drones. I think we had that debate. I think you might have been arguing that you might just send in some vessels to clear out the strait possibly, and it's an acceptable risk. I think you might have said that, unless I'm misinterpreting something.
Because I think, well, if I'm remembering that debate right, I told you, well, I mean, I think I said something like, well, obviously you wouldn't want to send them in on their own. You'd want to do some airstrikes to clear it out. Because I'm pretty sure
you might have said that too. You might have added that to it. I think after the debate went on, you might have added that to it. But we had a debate about that topic very similar to it. I think like it might have been a month ago actually at this point.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure, like, and I'm just saying this because Chad's saying that at some point I did say it, and to be honest with y'all, we say so much, I'm like, I don't know, maybe I did say it at some point, and I just don't remember it, but I remember that I've pretty much always been on the line that sending warships into the area would require some sort of preparatory air operation, and I've basically kept that line of thinking since I brought that up the first time ever about how to deal with a blockade, is that, well, a ship will eventually have to go through to do convoy duties, but you don't want to send them into the gauntlet without weakening it first, so soften them up with some airstrikes and then send them through, because that's literally the only way I've remembered ever saying it. Maybe I said it at some point where I just said send the ships through, but if I ever said that as a standalone and I never said with air support, I probably implied that or was assuming that that was a given, at least in how that was said, because sending in a Burke at the beginning of this thing or now, oh hell, actually no, come to think of it, before the war even started, I was saying we have to bombard the area of the Hormuz and clear out most of those threats. That way it's easy enough for the Navy to get it through. I was literally saying that before the war, actually, because I kept on saying sarcastically, I was like, gee, I hope the people in Washington have really thought about the strait and making sure to clear that out so they can't lay mines and they can't threaten U.S. and merchant ships going through, because if they do, it's going to be crap. And I was saying that endlessly for weeks before it started. So I'm pretty sure that if I ever said, you know, just send the ships through, it was kind of implied, due to everything I've been saying for the weeks prior, that it definitely was after softening actions on the strait.
I see a couple of people. I see Rogue Karma, and I think Chad Shepard's the one that brought it up originally. But he's saying Matt said it was a bad idea to send the ship in to the Strait of Hormuz. I know I said that. Like, I do recall that for a fact. I distinctly remember saying this. That's been my position the entire time. I've been saying we can't send any U.S. Navy into the Strait, because if we do that, we're going to see a ship get sunk, and that's going to be horrible for morale. It's going to be horrible for obviously losing a ship, and also the sailors are going to be, you know, out there in the Strait of Hormuz, and they're going to be possibly in some deep trouble, possibly, maybe getting, picked off by the Iranians, perhaps. So I've always had that position. So I know I said that. I just can't remember for a fact what Andrew's argument was. He was saying something about sending the ships in, but there was some caveats to it, though. It wasn't just blatantly to send the ships in. That's the end of it. But yeah, my position's always been like concrete on that one.
Well, my position has always been that a ship has to eventually go through, but if the risk is high, which the risk would be high, then there needs to be preparatory actions made, which is an airstrike campaign to soften everything up there before a ship goes through. Or in another instance, I've said before, maybe send them close towards the Strait of Hormuz to try and goad them into firing, but make sure that they're firing from a long enough distance there's a response time, and then have the Air Force and the Naval Air Arm start weeding out whoever was firing at the warship once it goaded them into firing. But either one of those principles always requires clearing out the strait before a full passage is conducted by any ship, instead of just conducting a full passage while they're at their full strength along the entirety of the coastline. I'm very sure on that, because if I said it any other way at some point, then I was very mistaken, because looking at it and analyzing it in depth, that would be a horrendous idea. And I generally feel like I've kept that sort of a statement going even before the war started, is that letting them blockade the strait's a bad idea, and then if they do, then it's going to take a couple of weeks. Actually, no, I remember that specifically because I told everyone, if they blockade the Strait of Hormuz, even if they lay a couple of mines, it's going to take weeks for us to be able to get back through, because we're going to have to bomb everything out around the area for a ship to even pass through. So I'm pretty sure that even before the war started, I was saying something along those lines, but I might be wrong. I don't know. But if anyone,
I think at the end of that debate, I think you ended up agreeing with me, actually, by the time we got done debating it, because I see some people saying, y'all debated that for a long time. I remember that one. When I say getting heated, by the way, we weren't like obviously getting nasty with each other or something, but we were debating it pretty heatedly. And I think at the end of it, I think Andrew might have agreed at the end that it was risky, but he kind of sort of gave some caveats to his position or something. Whatever the case is, though, I mean, at this point, I think we're both in agreement. Sending ships into the Strait of Hormuz is not smart, right now. There's too many threats going on in the Strait of Hormuz, and sending a ship in, the risk of something going wrong is probably very high at this point. So, I mean, whatever the case is, we're in agreement now.
yeah, so I mean, if anyone can find me a timestamp, because I was asking Chad, because he said, I'm pretty sure he said that, and I was like, well, if he's sure enough, I'm sure he remembers the stream I said. So I said, can you provide a day and a timestamp, which is probably a lot to ask because we run one of these shows every day. But if anyone can find a date and a timestamp, either for that debate or at any point where I just said send ships in without any support whatsoever, let me know, because I'd actually be interested to know if I ever said that, because if I did say that, that is very strategically unsound logic. It would never work. And generally, I always get the idea that, I always give the idea that we should never send in people unsupported. There should always be some form of support to any military operation in forms of indirect fire, because without indirect fire, you're in a losing fight every day of the week, because the enemy's always almost going to have some form of indirect fire in some way. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have here a $50 support from Cerebrus3, and thank you very much, Cerebrus, for that support once again. He said, do you two think there's any way for the U.S. to turn this around or plan an out from this with current route it's taking? And I cannot think of any possible plan forward. There is a possible plan forward, but here's the catch, though. The U.S. can get its way out of the situation, but at this point, though, losses are inevitable. And I've seen people saying that throughout the night. They're like, well, look, guys, in war, sometimes you have losses. You can't come out of a war completely unscathed. And I would agree with that. And at this point, it's impossible at this point to come out of this thing unscathed. So that's when you join the military. Obviously, I've never served in the military, so I'm speaking from an outsider's perspective. But if I joined the military tomorrow, I would understand that part of the job might be having to lay down my life in service of the country. That's just part of it, of joining the military. It's obviously not a walk in the park, and that's why everybody gets so much credit for being in the military, because it's a huge sacrifice to make. So I think at this point, some casualties are acceptable, unfortunately. I hate saying that because it sounds crass, but we have to get the strait reopened at this point, or otherwise a lot of people might die from a famine. Obviously the global economy is going to suffer, and it's going to be very horrific if it doesn't get reopened. But Enforcer, what say you?
The truth of the matter is, just to be honest, at least Cerberus, is that U.S. soldiers and this is going to, I gotta say, folks, before anyone reacts to this, let me get the whole statement out. U.S. soldiers are always expected to die in war. It is a miracle when they don't, because they're in the job of being a soldier or a sailor or a Marine, and with that comes the inherent risk that you will die in war and you will never return home, or if you do, you will return home in a casket and be buried in a national cemetery, or whatever cemetery you chose to be buried in. That comes with being in the job. But the thing about it is, folks, is that throwing away lives needlessly, which is what I've been talking about tonight, is completely pointless. Why in the world should that sailor die when we could do something tactically that ensures that his chances of dying are far less? Yes, people die in war, but that doesn't mean that we accept that and then conduct sloppy planning, sloppy tactics, and sloppy strategy to just let however many people die because of our incompetence when we could have made sure that they didn't. That's honestly a bad way to fight a war. That's literally how the Russians fight war, and we've looked at them as barbarians and backwards idiots for 4 years because they go, oh, like just because we plan our tactics badly, that doesn't matter. Send in 20,000 guys to die to take one city over a whole year, and it's whatever. That's not a way to fight a war. Like, yeah, if a soldier dies, they have died in the line of duty, they volunteered for the service, and that's what comes with the territory is that you could die in battle. But that doesn't mean that we just write that off and go, well, whatever, send in an Arleigh Burke, if all 400 guys on the ship die, it is what it is. Because that's a stupid premise. We didn't even do that in World War II. In World War II, whenever an American unit came under fire from the Germans, we go, oh, damn, wow, that's crazy. The infantry would basically just back off, and we call in a tank to bombard wherever the Germans were at, or we call in a U.S. Army Air Corps plane to come and strafe the area or bomb it to suppress them or knock them out without the infantry taking humongous losses. That's why we hardly took any losses over the Second World War. Think about it. The Soviets took 15 million well, actually, it was more like 17 million losses, deaths, on the field from enemy action by the Germans, and that was just on one front for 4 years. We were fighting on multiple fronts in North Africa, in Europe, and in Asia for 4 years as well, and we only took 500,000 dead. We took 500,000 dead because America always emphasizes that we should do everything to make sure that our soldiers come home alive and in one piece. We don't just go with this cavalier mindset of whatever, send them in, and if they die, they die. That's a really stupid mindset. And for a lot of people who say that, then you need to enlist today, and when you enlist in the Army, you need to make sure that you pick 11 Bravo, the infantry, as your MOS, so that way you can go over there and you can be the one that gets shot and killed since you consider life to be worthless. That's a really ridiculous position to take because you're not the one whose life is on the line, and I'm not the one whose life is on the line. That's why I have a lot of compassion and sympathy for those people who are putting their lives on the line, and I make sure to go out of my way to say we need to mitigate the losses of those guys as much as we can, because war is hell, and we should be making it as little of a hell as possible for our guys instead of as bad as it can be. That's how we should always be fighting a war, and that's how we always have, and doing any different would be throwing away the ideals that make the American military the American military. So I hope that does address that the best I can, and a big thanks to you for support and help with this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have here a $50 support from Chad Shepard once again, and thank you very much, Chad, for that $50 support. He said, "Guys, no disrespect. It got out of control. All I was saying is I thought it was said, but here's another 50 for being cool dudes." And also, by the way, no problem at all. Like, honestly, like it's hard to remember what's all been said because 4-hour streams a night. That's a lot of talking right there. It's hard to remember positions sometimes with certain things, and also the whole situation is dynamic. So certain information like a month ago might be obsolete now because now there's new information that came to light possibly. So sometimes our positions change on stuff like that. But no disrespect taken. But Enforcer, what say you?
Oh yeah, no disrespect taken at all. The reason why I took a moment is because you were very adamant on me saying that at some point. I was like, did I say that at some point? And that's why I basically stopped everything. I was like, did I say that at some point ever? Like, I'm not trying to be like, oh, you're wrong. I was like, wait a minute, I may have actually said that because you were pretty insistent on it, and maybe I did. I don't know, because we say. Well, me particularly, I almost say 4 hours of stuff most every night these days, and it's hard to remember really most of what I said today, most of the time, because a stream's a stream and we get through it, and once it's over, it's over. And you were like, yes, you did say. I was like, hell, maybe I did. Like, that's why I actually started to talk about it and ask about it to the audience, because it's like, maybe I did say that at some point. And that's also why I said if I ever said that, I was completely wrong, because that's strategically unsound. And I went into that because if I did, I mean, that was bad advice for the larger part, to say send in a Burke without any support or preparatory action to send it in. That'd be like saying send in the infantry without an artillery barrage or air support. But a huge thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running, because it is folks like you who help to make this thing possible and help us to keep it running. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a support from none other than Andrea Fed, and thank you very much, Andrea, for that $20 support. And Andrea said, best channel on YouTube, blows the competition away, and thanks Enforcers for always keeping the LSA informed, and please take one from the chat.
And I got to thank you so much for the incredible support and the kind words, Andrea Fed, because we try our best to make sure that we run the best show we possibly can. And I got to thank you incredibly for the kind words and the support. And thank you so much for helping us to keep the channel running, so that way we can keep the as much of the world that listens informed. And we will make sure to take one from the chat. So, Matthew, what do we got?
We in our live chat question here is going to go to none other than Trister, who said, don't our ships already do close air defense?
They do close air defense, but that's a last line of defense. Like, while we have close-in weapon systems, that's not the primary air defense, which a lot of people kind of think it is, because everybody emphasizes the Sea Whiz. But a modern-day guided missile destroyer is built with about 3 layers of air defense in it. And it's supposed to be, well, the doctrine that's supposed to be emphasized, because I'm having a hard time speaking English here, is one where we are engaging the enemy at about as far a distance as possible, meaning that when an anti-ship missile comes flying in, it reaches the first layer of air defense. If it somehow makes it through that one, then the medium-range air defenses are activated, and then if it makes it through that one, the last line of defense, which is a very desperate situation, are the Sea Whizzes, which is the final line of defense and are stopping something from hitting the ship from about 5 miles to 3 miles away. But that is the last line of defense. That's you do not want that to be your first line of defense like it would be in Hormuz, because the targets are being fired from so close. That's literally the only reaction you have, because if the anti-ship missile makes it through that layer of defense, there's no other layer for it to go through. It just made it through the defenses. It is now imminently hitting the ship and destroying it at that point. And that's why naval doctrine in the modern day is built around, if we're engaging an enemy surface combatant, we need to be engaging them to where all 3 layers of defense have their chance to shoot it down before it hits the ship, because statistically, that is going to lead to a much higher shoot down rate, because if it makes it through the first, it won't make it through the second. If it makes it through the first and the second, it highly likely won't make it through the third. So big thanks to you once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a super chat here from none other than Having Fun on YouTube. I'm glad to hear you having fun right here on YouTube. We're glad to have you. And he puts in a $20 support, but does not leave a comment, though. I think you said you guys are awesome in another live chat, though. I saw it come in. So thank you very much for the kind words as well. But Enforcer, what say you?
And a big thanks to you for support having fun on YouTube, because you're having fun on YouTube and supporting this channel and helping it to keep on running. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Jesus Crisco, and thank you very much, Jesus, for that $20 support. He said, you never edited my nuke video. These dang wars getting in the way. Hi, Tess. A nuke video, eh? I'm not really sure which video that is at this point. I put out a nuke video about nuclear war, like way, like sort of back near the beginning of when I joined the channel, actually. It's kind of morbid, I will admit, but I went back and watched it yesterday. I was like, honestly, it was kind of artistic to a certain degree, like in a kind of morbid way. I actually put out like a decent number of those little like mini documentary style videos like that back in the day. I've kind of stopped doing those now just because we're so busy, but they were interesting. Going back and listening though, like our tone is completely different on those older videos like that. It's really wild to hear the change. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd say it certainly is. Wow, I did very little videos like that. It is so hard, folks, to find the time to do anything like that, because if we try and make videos like that, we're basically working all day, every day, whenever those are in the works, and we have literally not even a few hours of free time each day. It's just all work. And that's what makes it hard to do, is because you can't do any errands, you can't get out and, like, you know, do a little bit of physical exercise to stay in shape. it becomes impossible to do anything rather than work at that point. But I do have to say, hopefully we'll be able to make some documentary videos someday, because to be entirely honest with y'all folks, one day I would like to get into like the videos that other channels make, like Fern, who's a really popular one, and Hoog, and videos like that. I always love their production and the way that they present the stories. I always love those videos. Those are actually some of my favorite types of videos. And I wish that one day we could actually work on making projects like that happen. Because I would love to know that people would be able to watch like an Enforcer branded video that covers topics we cover, like rabbit holes, but in that style. That would be really cool.
It's just so hard to make those videos though, because it's hard to make those videos financially make sense, because obviously we're not trying to make a killing off a video, but we don't want to be in the hole on video either. Like we don't want to be like losing money, because that wouldn't make much business sense from a business perspective. But you know, those videos are costly, and the trying to recoup the money from like, you know, having to hire animators and things like that for those videos, that is I'm talking about slim margins. That's slim margins right there. Usually it's actually in the negative. Like I actually did a Greenland video about the whole strategic importance of Greenland. That video was a complete wash. Like I actually lost money on that video, actually a decent a bit on that video, and I was like, geez, like it's just tough. Like you're really taking a big gamble with those high production value videos like that. I have big respect for channels like Fern and these other ones, because they're putting some serious cash, I'd imagine, in those videos.
Yeah, I don't think any of our video projects like that ever made money. Like all of them lost money. And generally, like with videos like that, our concept was always breaking even. Like we never planned on making money on any of them. But the thing is that the production cost of them would generally make sure that even with the little amount of AdSense that it made, it would always go in the hole by hundreds of dollars. And that also made it really difficult to make them, because, you know, you're basically having to justify taking, you know, like a week's worth of work in pay and then pouring that into a video for it to never come back or even break even. And then it's like, well, damn, you know, it's like, that's really tough to justify doing these over and over. And then also another thing is getting all of the people with the technical expertise to do the visual stuff that you'll actually see in the video. That's either wildly expensive, or if you try and go with someone who's a little bit more affordable, they never do it the way you want it being done, and then it's really low quality and it still costs a lot of money. And that was also one of the setbacks on that. It's like, damn, it just made it hard to make them. But one day I would love to make videos like that, or find the time to be able to learn the skills that I'd need to make videos like that, like on the visual side of things, because I absolutely think that those are some of the coolest videos out there. I love watching them. But a huge thanks to you so much once again for support, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a super chat here from none other than Cerebrus3 once again, and thank you very much, Cerebrus, for that $20 support right there. He said, as a vet, my issue is the stupidity that will lead to needless death and erode our relationship with allies. Death happens, but should not be used carelessly.
I would agree. That's what I try and, you know, make the idea of when I talk about that, because everybody loves to be cavalier with other people's lives. And it's like, you know, if you enlisted in the infantry and you ended up being the one facing down a bullet coming your way, would you be that cavalier? And the answer that everyone would really give is no. And if they say anything other than that, they're a liar. I know this up front, folks. I've never served in the military. If I served in the military and I was in the infantry, I would be crapping my pants in an actual firefight. Everybody would. That's reality. It's terrifying. You're right on the very edge of death every minute. That's not something to sit there and just say, well, whatever. You know, and also on top of that, another thing that I gotta say is that that's really disgraceful to the people who have volunteered to be in the military, is to basically treat their lives like they don't count. And what does that say if the president has that mindset about service members, that their lives don't matter, to where we can be careless and throw them away needlessly, to when we could have done another action that would have achieved the same result, but it would have resulted in less deaths? What does that say about the president's mindset on the citizens, and the citizens who have taken up arms in the name of this republic? And it doesn't say anything good. It says that the military is below me, these people are worthless, I'm the only one who counts, and these people can die in whatever numbers necessary, and I really don't give a damn, and we'll just keep throwing them at the problem until it's fixed. That's the same mindset that Putin has, that makes him an evil person. And that's not one that I think that ever should be thought of or just accepted here in the United States. Because what if that was your son? Or what if that was you? Or what if that was your dad? put yourself in those shoes and think about being that cavalier about throwing people's lives away and getting them killed. That is a grotesque sort of a concept. Honestly, I would say that's the epitome of evil, is being in a position of power and then using that power to be so careless with other people's lives. And that's why I'm always saying here on the channel, we can achieve the same result, but we can do it in a way where we're not throwing people's lives away. But a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $10 support from Justin R. And thank you very much, Justin, for that $10 support. He said, we are eating that Costco chicken early, boys.
Oh, we're eating that Costco chicken. I got to tell you, Costco chicken, it's good. It's high quality. The Senate agrees. like, man, doesn't the Senate agree?
The Senate, yeah, I think they do agree. Actually, they like a little chicken.
They love a little chicken, a little Costco chicken. But a big thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep it running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And also, by the way, while I'm reading off the next one here, do you see a super chat from Big Ron 394? Because I don't see it anywhere in the live chat, and I don't see it in the list either. But maybe I'm missing it on my side, possibly. But yeah, see if you can spot that while I read off the next one here. But I don't see it, sadly. I think it might not have come through, possibly. But our next one here goes to Hysterics, who puts in a $10 support. And thank you very much, Hysterics, for that 10. They said, LSA, and we love an early stream, and easily worth a couple of Costco chickens.
And a huge thanks to you for support, and thank you for helping us have a couple of Costco chickens. And I got to say, LSA, long live the Lee Spring Army, and a huge thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I hope that has addressed that incredibly well. And with that, we are about to be moving on to the next one, but really quickly to address what you were asking, Matthew, I don't see it either. It looks like it didn't come through, and if that is the case, Big Ron, I would suggest not sending a second one in. Just to, take it easy. You can ask your question, we'll actually answer it as if it was a super chat, but take it easy for the rest of the night and don't throw another one in and see if YouTube charges you for that or not. And if they do charge you for that, because I don't see it at all in our spreadsheet, I would dispute that charge because it didn't come through for us to see it or even read it off right now. But if you want to retype the question, just throw it in the chat as a live chat. We'll gather it and address it just like a super chat right now. Because I don't know what's up with that, but I think YouTube may have had a glitch with that, or it may have not gone through or something. But with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to having fun on YouTube, who puts in a 10. And he said, sound wave guns. I think that's being slept on. I don't think they're sleeping on it. I think they use it in Venezuela.
I heard, man, that up there on up there in Chicago, they use those sound wave guns a great deal. They call them subwoofers, and they're carried in the back of some '84 Honda Civic. They work quite well, really. But beyond that, I gotta say, maybe sound guns are being slept on, but generally we already know that the discombobulator is being used a good deal, and I think that is a bit of a sound weapon in a way, so apparently they're actually being used to some effect. But we also know that that type of a weapon is also banned under the Geneva Convention, so that's kind of why it's being slept on a little bit. It's kind of like exploding bullets. Those are being slept on because they're a violation of the Geneva Convention. But a big thanks to you once again. I hope that has addressed that well, and with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, Big Ron, he asked his question in the live chat, and Big Ron said, I was wondering if you guys heard about the earthquakes around Area 51 the other day, and what was your thoughts about it?
Actually, yeah, we did. We kind of thought that it was probably some sort of nuclear decoupling test where they conduct the test in smaller explosions, basically, so that way they're not that noticeable as a nuclear test. That's what we were generally thinking about it, but, the government hasn't made any statements on it, so we can't confirm that absolutely, but that would be my belief. And Matthew, what do you think about it?
It seems like it could be something like that. But y'all know, we heard the stories that the U.S. was going to be restarting nuclear tests, and now we're seeing earthquakes. And out there, it's not Area 51. That's not where they test the nuclear weapons underground. But they tested, I believe, to the west, actually, of that. They test the nuclear weapons underground and stuff like that. And they've done that for quite some time. But they had stopped. But I think they've restarted it now. Also, a side note, too, by the way, they just seized a whole bunch of land. I think it was at least 22 acres of land or something like that outside of Area 51. And they seized the very famous little overlook spot called Tikaboo Peak up there at the top. And I think it's because some people might have gotten a little bit abusive with the privilege of going up there and sort of using that to, milk it for YouTube views, possibly. That might have been a huge factor in it as well. I had mentioned that to a couple of people a while back. I said, I said, this is getting a lot of attention. I have a feeling this is probably not going to go anywhere good. And now they seized the land. So now nobody can go up there to go look. Although I will say this, I'm surprised they left it open that long. It's just like people can literally get a telescope and look down into Area 51. And that's a big issue for like security for the base. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would definitely agree. But with that, I hope we've addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one is going to go to none other than Cerebrus 3 once again. And thank you very much, Cerebrus. They said, get yourself a slow cooker and we'll up your meal prep and having good food. And LOL, guess train set 2.
And a big thanks to your support and help with the channel keep running. And honestly, a slow cooker would be pretty decent, but then the problem is that it's slow cooking. And so then I have to eventually go down and check on it. And sometimes streams can go however long they go. Sometimes it's 3.5 hours, sometimes it's 4.5, sometimes it's 4, sometimes it's 6 and 7, sometimes even, which is very rare. And then that slow cooker might be cooking a little bit longer than it's supposed to. So I hope that does address it the best I can. But an interesting idea, and I'll have to look into it. And also, just really quickly checking here, Matthew, can you see that message in the chat that I just put in?
Yeah.
Okay, good, because it told me twice now when I was trying to respond to some folks in the chat that I was having an error, and I was like, what in the hell's going on with that? And it looks like the chat just disconnected and reconnected in the chat, so it looks like it's fine now. Weirdly enough, it was having some kind of a glitch. But anyways, with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to none other than Not Quantum Physics, who puts in a $13 support. And thank you very much for that 13, by the way. I don't see a comment attached to it, but we do appreciate the support as always. And Enforcer, what say you?
And a big thanks to you for support, Not Quantum Physics, and helping this channel to keep it running, because while you didn't throw in a comment, the support is greatly appreciated, and it helps us to keep this thing rolling. Oh, Briaga. And so a big thanks to you once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a $15 support from Devin DeBro, and thank you very much, Devin, for that 15. They said, I thought my earlier super chat was a 20, but I clearly fudged it, LOL.
Oh, that's quite all right. That's okay by us. And again, thank you so much for the support, Devin DeBrow, and helping this channel to keep rolling. Because regardless whether it's $1 or $500, we're greatly appreciative of anyone's support, because nobody has to support this channel in the end, after all. So even $1 is a huge statement by a lot of folks that they enjoy the channel enough they support it at all. So huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and also our next one goes to Peyton Stokely, who puts in a 10, and thank you for that support. I said, I noticed it's kind of off topic at the moment, but did we ever hear anything else about those unidentified drones that were flying over DC and Shreveport towards the start of the war? And love the show. And we never got the answer to that, by the way. The whole Shreveport thing was a complete mystery, and I think that tells us the answer right there. I think the answer is in the non-answer. It kind of exposes itself. About the DC ones, though, the DC ones, we did get an official narrative from the government, and they said it was apparently testing U.S.-made systems, but I kind of have some doubts about that as well, because it seems a little bit strange to test it in a very densely populated area. If you're trying to keep something secret, that doesn't make much sense. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'll have to agree with Enforcer Man on that. Doesn't really add up a whole lot, to be entirely honest. And I don't know why in the world that was even suggested. It just doesn't really make any sense whatsoever. But generally, we never got an answer to what any of those were. So
that's like a car company like developing a brand new car they're keeping secret until release day. So they drive the thing through the middle of Times Square, like they're like, oh hey, look at me, hey guys, how's it going? It's like, well, I mean, if you're trying to keep it secret, you probably don't want to drive it down the street in Times Square because, you know, millions of people are going to see it. It's like, you probably don't want to. So I'm like, they don't do that for obvious reasons. So it's like, why would you test a secret drone in the middle of a place where people are filming it by the hundreds? That makes no sense.
Yeah, it doesn't really make a lot of sense. You would think they do that somewhere more isolated, like Utah. You know, where there's nobody west of Salt Lake. That's where you generally do something like that. Or out in Nevada, where there's also nobody. Not over Washington, D.C. and the East Coast. That's the worst place to do any kind of testing. But, you know, that one time, though, they had that little autonomous torpedo drone thing that washed up on the beach. And that guy with the company was going, "Oh man, don't film it!" Like, and that guy said, "I'll film what I want." And he went, "Oh come on, man, please!" Like, bro, like that guy was like, "Damn, I'm gonna get in so much trouble over this one." And that guy was like, "I can do what I want. I'm gonna film it." Oh man, I tell you.
Later, a black SUV pulled up and asked a few questions.
Man, later on, they sat there, man, and they had that little discombobulator in the truck, and they said, "Take it easy, friend," as they're like turning up the volume, like the power on it. "Take it easy, buddy." And the guy inside is going, bro, like,
and then he began. Well, I won't say that.
well, like, yeah, I was trying to decide whether I should say what I was going to say.
I was about to say. I'll tone it down where it's not so pointed, where people don't think it's political. And after he said, then he became a politician.
"Okay, you son of a bitch, I see what you're trying to get at there. You're really trying to get me, aren't you?" or better yet, World War 11. Or you can be that goofy guy who wears neckties literally tied around his neck, like the skin of his neck. Y'all know who I'm talking about, right? You know who I'm talking about?
Who?
Thatcher. Thatcher man.
Oh yeah, what about him?
He's Goofball the Fatter Man. Dude. You know, the stupid neck. Have you seen that picture? Hold on.
Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about. The hoodie with like the tie.
Hold up, I gotta go get it because now you've not thought about it enough. Now you're not thought about it enough. That goofiness that went on,
bro. Oh goodness. Oh my goodness.
That is.
Oh, is that real?
That's real. He went to a Senate session
sure?
like that. Yeah, it's a real picture.
Damn. Like, I just don't understand, like, the obsession with the hoodie. Like, I don't understand it right here. Also, I would never get caught out in public wearing a tie with a hoodie like that. I mean, I would never get caught like that. You know, I got something against those people that wear those, like, you know those clown socks? They'll, like, wear clown socks or something with a suit. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know.
They'll wear, like, the cat in the hat socks or something.
Like the governor of Louisiana.
Yeah, I don't like that. I know they're trying to be, like, funny for, like, the kids and stuff like that, but I'm like the cat in the hat socks, like with the suit, it's like, come on. It's like, especially when you're like a government official, it's like you can't wear the silly socks. Like, and also the people that wear the silly like glasses too, like they'll be like bright colored like blue or something like that with a suit. It's like, come on.
Man, honestly, it's just stupidity. Like the whole and I gotta say, folks, the World War 11 chick that's in the house. If we didn't have a whole deal where we couldn't talk about domestic politics as a rule on this channel, there's a million things that I've got to say about that representative, because they make it openly clear, just to put it this way so that we don't get into all of it, they make it openly clear that while they're a representative of the United States that is supposed to be representing their constituents and the United States of America, they do not represent the United States of America nor its interest, and they represent Somalia and its interest instead over the United States. And that's something that just pisses me off to no end, because the whole idea of being an elected official in this country, in the state legislature or the Congress, the federal Congress, is that you're supposed to be representing your constituents' interest as an extension of the you're supposed to be representing the United States interests as your constituents' interests. You're not supposed to be taking a political position to then hawk a whole other country and just, do whatever the hell you think is good for them. That's just stupid. That's not even what the position is supposed to be for. And there's a lot of people who do that for a myriad of different countries. There's a couple out there that have some pretty decent lobbies or some pretty decent power going on here, where they basically use the United States as a vessel to enrich and support their own home country. But that is as un-American as it gets, in my opinion, is using the United States government to support a whole other government and not even look out for American citizens' interest or anything else for that matter. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
The next one goes to Robert Krogan, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Robert, for that support. He said, here's something for the effort. And thank you, Robert, for that support and throwing in for the effort. And we hope the effort is acceptable to people. We hope that people find it satisfactory. We hope that you give a 5 out of 5 star on Yelp. Yelp! But Enforcer, what say you?
I've always wanted a 5-star on Yelp. But big thanks to your support.
You remember, like the first place I ever learned about Yelp. Y'all know that like Kitchen Nightmares episode where it's like the something like the crazy lady's bakery or something like that, and the dude's like the mobster like husband. The lady's crazy like that's in this bakery or whatever. I forgot. It's like I think it's like I can't remember. If it's like Amy's Bakery or something like that. But Gordon Ramsay went there to go solve the whole thing and stuff like that. And he went in there and it was like crazy stuff. And they were like obsessed with these people coming in and reviewing the food and they called them Yelpers. And I was like, what the hell is a Yelper?
Wasn't that Amy's
Bakery?
I
Yeah, I just said that. I just said that, man.
I thought you said it was just some bakery out there somewhere that was doing crazy stuff. I was like, I think that's Amy's Bakery.
Yeah, I think it is. That's probably the name of it. But they were obsessed with these people called Yelpers. And I looked it up. I was like, what the hell is a Yelper? So I looked it up, and it was like they were referring to the site Yelp, where you leave the reviews for like restaurants and stuff like that. And they were like, those crazy Yelpers. They come in here and they're ruining our whole life. It's like okay. It's like apparently they don't like reviews. They should become a politician. But you know, it's just like crazy stuff like that. That's where I learned about Yelp.
Didn't they also like threaten Ramsey, and then he was like, "That's it, I'm leaving." Like, and he actually like just cut the whole episode short and left.
I don't think they did anything like that. I think it was just too crazy for him to handle.
I'm gonna have to go back and watch that episode, but well, I'll have to see, because I'm pretty sure I remember something like that. Like it was something to do with tips or something, and then Gordon Ramsay confronted them about that or whatever, and then like the dude was like, "Hey, you watch it," and he's like, "Okay, that's enough," and then he packed up and left. I'm pretty sure, but I might be remembering that wrong. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here, also, I want to know why they call it Yelp. Like, I was trying to figure that out the whole time. I don't know why. In fact, let's take a quick second here. Why do they call it Yelp? Let's see here. It was founded by former PayPal employees. I didn't know that.
Huh.
But apparently it was because it's short, memorable, and suggested a quick personal Yelp of opinion. That sounds like that could be made up right there. Like that's the AI overview. That sounds a little bit strange, that explanation right there. But there's no real good reason for why they called it Yelp. Apparently, somebody else wanted to name the company. They wanted to name the company Yokel, but they didn't, so they called it Yelp.
Bro, imagine I'm a yokel.
It's like, I think Yelp turned out to be better. I thought they called it Yelp because it's like, you know, when a dog gets hurt or something like that, they're like, Yelp! Because they got wronged or hurt. So I was like, maybe they call it Yelp because people go there to complain, so they're yelping at people or something. Like, I thought that's what it meant.
You know, I gotta say, folks, Yelp reviews are brutal. Like, if you ever go on Yelp, everybody has like a 2.5 star on there. I hardly ever see anyone with anything higher than that. Because whenever I'm looking around at restaurants in Salt Lake, I'm always like, oh, let me look at this one. And it's like their Google reviews will be like a 4.2. Like, yeah, that's pretty decent. And then their Yelp will be like a 2.3. I'll be like, what the hell? It's like, what's going on with this? It's like, why are the Yelp reviews so bad? I feel like the whole Yelp stereotype of, I'm going to put a 1 star on Yelp. I feel like it's a legitimate thing because I feel like people give out 1 stars on Yelp more than everything else.
It's probably a lot harder to, you know, just put random reviews on Yelp. It's probably why the reviews are more real, I would imagine. When I want real reviews, I go to Yelp because, you know, I think those are more verifiable, at least in my personal opinion.
They probably are, but I mean, you know, well, I mean, we do know some people who have done the whole Google thing, you know, with the reviews and everything, where, you know, certainly isn't representative of the quality of the service. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have here a $10 support from Chad Shepard, and thank you, Chad, for that 10. He said, let me get, sounds like something the president would say. Let me get,
let me get,
Oh, man. I don't know what's up with that. Every once in a while, I get a little moaning action every once in a while, but it's kind of out of place.
I gotta tell y'all that the Strait of Hormuz has to be reopened. We have to. It's like, what the hell is that? But beyond that, the big thanks to you for the support and help this channel to keep it running, Chad. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have here a $5 support from Mr. Light Rail, and thank you very much for the support. They said MSM has been reporting that Iran is shipping oil to India using Pakistani territorial waters to bypass the blockade. Is it true?
I haven't heard about that at all, so I'd have to declare ignorance on that. But a big thanks to you for support and help this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have here, and also, by the way, I know people have heard it. I know they've heard him do that.
Come
like,
on,
I don't know why people act like they haven't heard of that. And people are like, what in the hell's going on? No, y'all know y'all have heard that. He'll be like,
we gotta open up the strait. You know, it's a crazy thing with the strait, and the Iranians are struggling over there. They're going,
And it's like started doing this out of the blue. Like, I know y'all have heard that.
Okay, so I had to give you all where that actually is from. So there was a time at some rally somewhere that he went to that he was talking about an athlete that according to him shouldn't be competing in the field that they were competing in. So he sat there and said, "Oh, look at them. They went up there and they tried to pick up the weights and they picked up the barbell and they went and put the thing down, dropped the thing and walked off." And that's where it's from actually. Like that's a specific like clip that it's from. So if you haven't heard about that, type in, because now I have to give you all the context because everyone's like, "Hey yo," so now I actually have to show you where it's from. Type in, it's something like Trump athlete joke or something like that, and go look at the clips, and you'll find it that way. I mean, it's like one of the most quoted clips I've ever seen recently in the memes on Instagram at least. But anyways, we're on to the next one.
Our next one goes to Devin the Bro once again, and thank you for that support. They said, I was in the Navy and inside Hormuz on board the USS Farragut DDG-99 in 2013. Could probably tell you quite a bit about the ship's capabilities.
And you should.
Oh, and we wouldn't want to know. We wouldn't want to know that. We don't want to know anything like that right there. We don't want to know any terms. We don't want to know any details. Keep that stuff under wraps. That's what they can. They keep that under wraps. But Enforcer, what say you?
I thank you so much for the support. We generally like to not I'm definitely okay, folks, with never receiving classified information. Like
You can anyway. You shouldn't.
We do not want to be the unwilling recipients of something. Like if someone comes by and goes, "Hey guys, by the way, the AGM-114 Hellfire has this many meters, this many millimeters of penetration to its explosive charge." I'd be like, "No, please!" Like I'd be like, "Don't tell us," because we can't take that information, and also we can't use it, either. But I do thank you so much for the kind words and the support, and also really cool to hear that you did go through the Strait of Hormuz. But I think that the information that you will have to go to the grimy deep with you. That's how classified information and really most information works, unless if it's unclassed, and then you can tell everybody. But if you're up in the air, folks, if you're in the armed services and you are kind of wondering, and you even have to think about whether this is class or unclass, don't tell anyone about it because it's probably classified, and you're going to get in a lot of trouble, and that person might get in a lot of trouble as well. So best not to do that. But a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $5 support from Hysterics. He said, my question is, why can't the U.S. just hit the reinforced zones that the IRGC are keeping the fast boats in with bunker busters or something?
We sadly don't have a whole lot of those bunker busters, at least the ones like the GBU-57s to be able to do that with at the moment, because we expended most of those during Operation Midnight Hammer from what we've heard. And so for that reason, we just don't know that they could do that. So big thanks to you for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $33 support from Hal Rose, and thank you, Hal, for that support. He said, isn't this a fundraiser? What say you?
No, this isn't a fundraiser night. This is a breaking news stream, so we didn't have time to make the fundraiser. So I thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep running, and I hope that does address that well, but unfortunately, there was no fundraiser tonight. But there will be a fundraiser next Sunday. That we can tell you. Make sure, folks, to stack up them wallets and get ready, because hopefully we'll be able to knock that one out of the park and get way above the fundraiser goal, I'm hoping. But a huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have here a $5 support from Smarzig, and thank you, Smarzig, for that support. He said, I just got out of seeing the new Michael Jackson movie, which was very good, and we're live.
And I gotta say, I've only seen clips of it on Instagram, but I've been seeing clips about Michael Jackson's dad and how handy he was with the belt. I don't know if you've seen those, Matthew.
I had heard stories about that whole thing. I hadn't seen the movie or any clips from it at all.
Shimone!
Oh man! Ow!
I love those people, man. Like I remember this one clip. Like this is one of the few times, folks, I thought these pranks were funny in public. But there's that Michael Jackson impersonator, and he went to Home Depot, was just doing some crazy stuff around people, and was like freaking them out. You remember that, Matthew?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh man, that was so funny. That was the funniest.
He like slammed something on the ground, and the guy was like, "Hey, what the hell's going on?" They went, "Shimone, hey, hey." The guy was like, "What the hell?"
Bro, and then he went running down that aisle in that weird way with his arm out in front of me. He was going, like scaring everybody. It was so funny. Like, that was one of the few times, folks, that I've ever found those public pranksters to be hilarious, and that was like roll over and die hilarious. That was the funniest thing. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel keep it running, Smarsik. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Big Dog. Thank you, Big Dog, for that 5. He said the Iranians are going to get a pounding from the U.S. Navy. Take a question from the chat, and you guys rock. And I guess you can say the Iranians are on their tiny post, and they were getting pounded. But no joke, I think they'll probably get a pounding again. But unfortunately, it's not going to be super easy for us either. But at this point, it is what it is, folks. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, we can keep complaining or we can get it done. But Enforcer, what say you?
We just got to get down to business. Hopefully, we do give them a pounding, but we got to do it in a smart way. When you put a boxer in a ring, folks, you don't just tell him to keep running headlong into the punches onto his left jaw. You tell him to bob and weave, to give him a right, to give him a left. It's not just as straightforward as just walking up and, getting knocked out. Always remember that, folks. Fighting is only half of the battle. The other half is cunning and intelligence and using a brain. Very important thing. A lot of people don't have that in the military. If you have that, you're doing well. And also, I didn't mean that like a lot of people don't have that in the U.S. military. I meant to say that a lot of people in the Iranian military don't have a brain. And that's why using a brain on our end can help us out quite well. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from the Beccafly, who said, JLM would like to know, do you know anything about supercavitating torpedoes that Iran may have?
Unfortunately, I would have to declare ignorance on that. From what I know, most, if not all, torpedoes cavitate. I wouldn't know about supercavitating torpedoes, so unfortunately, I'd have to declare ignorance on that one. But a big thanks to you for supporting.
Isn't that like super cavitation? Isn't that when it's like very high speed torpedoes and it's going so fast that it creates like an air bubble around the torpedo, which allows it to go faster because if it has the air bubble around it, there's not so much friction on the actual torpedo itself?
Well, not quite. Supercavitation, if I'm remembering correctly, is that the propeller of the torpedo is spinning so rapidly that it produces a huge amount of air bubbles behind it. I think that's what that is.
But it's a small propeller at the front of the torpedo though, because I thought it created like a air bubble that began at the front of the torpedo. It encompassed the whole object, which was the torpedo, and it allows it to have less friction and therefore it can go faster.
Huh, you were right. I just pulled this up. I've never heard of this before. I've only heard of conventional torpedoes like the Mark 84. I've never heard of this before. I'd actually have to declare ignorance on this because I didn't know that such a thing existed that created basically like a gas pocket around the skin of the torpedo to allow it to travel quicker. I've actually never heard of such a thing. So I'll have to look into that a little bit more because this is news to me. It looks like it's mostly theoretical though from what I can find online. But that doesn't exclude that it might exist, so I'll have to look into it a little bit more and see if I can find something on it. But a huge thanks to you for support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Let's have a 5 from Turner, who said France has a national railway, and it's capitalist.
Yeah, they actually do. They have the SCNF. And let me go pull it up here really quickly. This is the French Railway, and they run the National Railways of France. There they are. Whoa, that's crazy.
I always knew they had a little commie on them.
All aboard Amtrak. All aboard Amtrak. Is that not commie?
Mm-hmm. I've been saying, I've been arguing with you over that for a while. I said the trains are commie. It's the first step.
They're not commie. They're not commie. They're not commie at all. When those oil prices get real high and the front runner's the only thing running around here and the tracks are the only thing running, you're gonna be thanking your lucky stars that commie transport exists.
You heard the little Florida system's having a little trouble.
What, the Bright Line?
Yeah, I've heard some rumors that it might be having a little trouble.
Little rumor. Well, a little rumor doesn't count for anything, man. There's rumors going around.
It might be more than a little rumor. I'm just trying to.
Whoa,
right here. I've heard they're having a little trouble.
Oh no, their legal department's getting in the jets. Oh God! Let me on that. I mean, it's a passenger rail only company though that was privatized. Obviously, that's going to have some problems because that never has worked like as a standalone thing. Like. It gets into the whole business of railroading, but there's no way that a company that does passenger rail only can ever really make money because historically no passenger rail route, especially any longer distance ones, have ever really been profitable.
You know something that the railroads and communism have in common?
Oh, God.
They never work.
Well, you know what else doesn't work? Airlines. Rip Spirit. And America's next. But a big thanks to everyone for being here for this right now, because this is about to be a smackdown, a real smackdown. Because, you know, railroads, Matthew, ain't commie. They're very capitalist. This nation and its capitalist system that we thrive in now was built on the back of the railroads. If it wasn't for the railroads, it wouldn't have even had a place to run from.
Yeah, but I mean, here's the catch. If it was something that we were really trying to do right, we would already have the Hyperloop by now. If we were really trying to do it right, but we're staying in the Stone Age with our trains in this country, which tells me that it's more about, it's more about having a common train. It's more about having a this is our train type deal than necessarily like the best train.
You know,
capitalism would have the best train.
Man, well, capitalism did.
Does that make any sense? Am I getting my point across?
Well, capitalism did have the best trains, but you know what the government did to really screw that over? They completely shifted all of the mail contracts from the railroads to the trucking industry.
What about the female contracts?
Oh, those stayed with the railroads. like those stayed with them.
What do you mean by that?
I don't know, man. I'm just trying to make the joke work. Get off my back, man. Get off my back, man. I'm just trying to make your joke work here, man. I'm just trying to like lap you up on or something. But but beyond that, I'd have to say, I mean, the railroads are great, and also I like the SNCF does, or the SCNF does run as a capitalist company, and it does make money, actually. Like, the French one does make money, but that's because they also manage the freight lines of France as well, which is where the money-making operations actually are. Because if you ever look at American railroading history, folks, all of the railroad companies in America, they ran passenger trains, but their moneymaker was freight. If anything, they would just break even for the most part on passenger rail, and they would make very little profits, because transporting human cargo, which is passengers, is always a slim margin business. You hardly ever make any money on it, and it's actually transporting the stuff that doesn't complain and doesn't require great conditions, which is cargo, which is what really makes the actual money. So I hope that does address it the best I can. And a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel keep running. Because if you look in Germany, Deutsche Bahn, which is the same thing as SCNF, they also make money, and they're also a for-profit national railroad, but they also run passenger and freight under one umbrella instead of separating them into different companies. But with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Devin DeBro once again, and thank you, Devin. He said, I would most likely tell you something public, like, oh man, he's scaring me. He's scaring me. He's still talking about the ship. He said, like something here. I'm scared to read the rest.
Man, a rib is fine. It's fine. It's a rib. It's a rib. It's okay.
He said a rib made of fiberglass. Oh,
get him, boys!
Sure.
He said it. Get him.
I said, I appreciate the humor and keep up the great work.
And thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep it running, Devin. And thank you so much for enjoying our humor. And thank you for helping us to keep up the good work. And a huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Cerebrus3 once again, who put in a 10. And thank you very much, Cerebrus. He said, the strays on train hate. Rip. And I know the train is like a stray. It's like it doesn't really know where it wants to go, and it's just kind of like hanging out in the streets. But you know, nobody wants to give the train a home. It stays a stray. But Enforcer, what say you?
Well, Matthew, I got to show you something that's really going to get you going. I think this is going to turn you around on trains, because Amtrak has unveiled its new design for long distance cars. You remember those superliners that we were in on the Coast Starlight and how much you hated them?
Yeah, I remember that. I got really badly sick.
Yeah, and how much you didn't like the fact that they were too leveled, like, and you had to climb up that little thin staircase to get to the second floor. Well, Amtrak is changing all of it. Amtrak has been in the bidding, well, not really in the bidding process, but in the works of coming up with a design for new long-range passenger rail cars that's one level, one floor. Now, it's not going to be a bi-level car like the Superliners used to be. And they have actually shown The design. Would you like to see what the new long-distance rail cars are going to look like in this country in the next couple of years?
Yeah, let me see it. I'm sure Lennon designed it himself.
That.
Now, is this the equivalent of like, when a car company comes out with a concept car, everybody's like, "Oh, look at the concept car," and then it never comes to fruition because concept cars are just,
No.
just the concept of a plan. This looks like it could just be a concept.
No. This is in the works. Like the Superliners are over 50 years old. They're about to pass their service life here in the next couple of years, so they're mandated to be replaced because rail cars can only be in service according to the Federal Rail Administration, the FRA, for so long before they have to be retired. You can't rebuild them and keep them in service for 100 years, so they have to get rid of them and they have to replace them. So what they're doing is that they're coming up with this design, and they're already working on getting the bids for them, for companies to start building them in the hundreds, so that way they can try and standardize the fleet and replace all of the superliners. So that way the West Coast rail cars can operate on the East Coast. Because that's also something crazy that you may not know that's been heavily inefficient about Amtrak, is that those superliner cars are so tall, they actually can't operate on the East Coast. So Amtrak has two separate fleets of rail cars, AM fleets that can operate on the East Coast and superliners that can operate on the West Coast. And while AM fleets can be used everywhere across the country, superliners can only be used on the West Coast out here. So that's been incredibly inefficient for them, as you can tell, because of, the need for spare rail cars on the East Coast. They can't use a superliner for it. So now they're trying to make a rail car that could be used in every part of the country in the same way. And this rail car is supposed to be the one that's going to do that.
Yeah, it kind of looks like the cars that Canyon Spirit, that new train that's out here in Salt Lake City to Colorado kind of has going. But it's like that train's expensive to go on that. I saw that the other day.
Do you want to see the video that Amtrak made showing their new cars?
Can we show it?
Well, I mean, it's Amtrak. I mean, I'm sure we can show it. I mean, they wouldn't
It's technically a private company, though.
I'm sure they wouldn't hate the advertisement. I mean, Amtrak wants people to ride their trains. There's no better marketing for people to ride their trains than what they're about to be riding on the next couple of years.
I'll just show like an image or something out of it if I was you.
Oh, okay. Listen, folks, someone call up the president of Amtrak and have him in the live chat, and let's ask him, like, can we play this or not? But anyways, let me show y'all. Let's see here. Oh, yeah, here's what the coach class will now look like. That's what new coach looks like.
Oh, my God. It looks like an airplane economy.
But the seats are wider, and they have more leg room. And this is what...
Man, it looks like being on an airplane.
Well, this is what the old diner looked like. This is what the new diner will look. Well, actually, that's like a Viewliner almost, basically. And then they have the new interior. This is a single seat, like private room. That's a new concept on this rail car.
Yeah, it is something.
Matthew doesn't sound like a big fan of this. They also have a giant.
I don't like trains. Also, they got to fix their service because their service wasn't that great last time.
Well, they have a handicap accessible room. That's nice. The roomette. This is what a roomette will look like the one we were in. That's exactly what they'll look like now.
It looks nice, I will admit. It just looks, I just don't know if it's ever going to really look like this. Like, seems like a lofty goal for some company that, like, right now is really kind of hurting.
But Matthew, it's finally about to become profitable for the first time in history.
I thought the administration was kind of, like, not so fond of the trains.
Well, Matthew, they're not fond of the national parks, the forestry service, or anything else. Oh, they're not fond of anything, like so. I mean, if that's the thing that we're working off of, well, I mean, the Wasatch Forest that we're always wandering around in is about to turn to crap because they defunded the forestry service and basically axed the whole bureau for the larger part.
Yeah, I don't even know what to say about that. Like, I have to refuse comment.
Here's what the new dining car will look like. It's got that classic style to it.
It does look pretty classic. It looks like something I would ride from Scranton if I lived in Ohio. Going down to Ohio, down in Ohio, yacht.
They got yachts in Ohio. They got them throwing it back all nice like and everything. God dang. Oh, man. But that's what the new cars will look like in Amtrak. So, I mean, it's definitely an improvement. It's certainly an improvement. But anyways, with that, it is time for us to move on to the next one.
We also have a fly from Dr. Pickle, and thank you for the support. They said, y'all went live while I was in the middle of the LSA TAT. It's finished now. Is there a good way I can send y'all a pic so you can check it out?
Shots, what are DMs? You could send it there. And a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And really cool to hear. And a huge thanks to you so much once again. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Magic Vlogs, who said ideas on the bill they got passed at odd hours in the morning, approving a budget bigger than the USMC. Do you believe they're propping up drone branch?
I don't really know what they're trying to do with that, to be entirely honest. So unfortunately, I'd have to declare ignorance on that at the moment. But big thanks to you so much once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Oh, I thought it was a glitch. I was like, what's this? But we also have a 5 from Eli Dames, who said, we may disagree on a few things, but I appreciate that you're willing to think things through. Longtime watcher, and thanks for making me do the same.
And thank you so much for the support. And we always try and do that because a lot of people have blind faith. A lot of people in this country, folks. If you stripped away their cranium and you looked inside of their head, they have this in there, a sheep. And they just listen to whoever is their master. So whoever's on the left or the right, they just listen to them and they just, blindly say whatever they say. So if the right says no new wars, then all wars are bad. Doesn't matter if they're justified or not. But then if we go on the war path and we're now jingoists, now they're all for war. Just how it works for them. On the left, though, if the right says no new wars, then the left wants every single war on the planet, and then if the right wants every war on the planet, then they want no wars. That's just how it works in this country. That's what a lot of people think. And I don't like to think like that. I like to think, well, what in the world is this going to do? How's this going to turn out? How many people are going to be affected one way or the other? We need to go with the option that affects the least number of people, so we need to do this. And then this would turn out this way in the best case scenario and the worst case scenario. And this other way would turn out this way in the best case scenario and the worst case scenario. So obviously option D or option B or whatever it is, that's going to be the best option to go with. Because if you listen to the people who are in charge, folks, they're going to lead y'all off of a cliff and y'all won't even know it. And even after y'all get led off the cliff and you're broken at the bottom 500 feet down, some people will still sit there because they refuse to believe that they were just led off a cliff. And they'll go, actually, it's good that I'm broken and it's good that my legs and arms don't work and I'm slowly dying down here because that's really what we wanted. And it's like, no, it's not. It's like, I don't think like that. I refuse to think like that. And I refuse to be a part of either group or have allegiance to them. If they sound like they have a good idea, then I'll support it. And if they have a bad idea, I'm just going to tell you all up front, it's a bad idea and it's a stupid thing to do, because that's what free thinking actually entails. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 20 from Chris Feilbach, and thank you very much, Chris, for the $20 support. He said, as much Taba entered the chat, all I hear is background right now is some odd noises coming from some folks.
Much Taba, I gotta tell y'all, folks, she's been taking a vacation.
Listen, he's a flamboyant man, Kathleen. He's a flamboyant man. He's just, listen, he's just a singing man, Kathleen. He's a singing man. That's what he is.
Listen, Kathleen, you gotta understand. he likes to be a little flamboyant. But I gotta tell y'all, folks, in all honesty, we don't even need to talk about Mushtaba anymore. He's on a vacation to a certain Russian town right now, and he's going to be there for a little while. He'll come back eventually. But I heard that they're getting it ready for his arrival. So a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Myvory, and thank you, Myvory, for that support. They said, when do you think the aftershocks of the closure to Strait of Hormuz will fully hit the USA, in y'all's opinion?
Probably in about a month or two, I would assume, because we're still kind of riding on some of the oil supply that we have left here for a little while. But once this actually starts to run low, and once the Europeans start guzzling everything else, the strategic oil reserve in this country, that's when it's going to start getting pretty bad. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Turbo Wolf, and thank you, Turbo, for that 5. He said, keep up the great work, guys. I love the approach to fair, neutral, and accurate news.
Thank you so much for enjoying it. We really do appreciate getting to cover the news in this way, how we've done it for years. And so a big thanks to you for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from David Ford, who said, complaining that smoked brisket isn't cooked to order when it takes 6 hours to smoke a brisket is ridiculous. Many Yelp reviewers are clueless. That sounds very specific.
Did you have personal experience with cooking a brisket?
That sounds like somebody was doing some unsolicited bitching, and I think David might have gotten angry about it, which sounds understandable. Actually, sounds kind of a little bit crazy of a claim by that person, whoever made that. But Enforcer, what say you?
That's so specific. That's got to be a personal experience of yours. But a lot of people are very oblivious with that. Like somebody asked when I used to work as a cashier many years ago, "Do you have yesterday's paper?" It's like, generally that's not news anymore. That's called old news. We have a newsstand that sells today's paper. And then they got angry at me because I told them, "Sir, I don't think we have yesterday's paper, but we do have today's paper with the up to date information today." "I want yesterday's paper." I was like, "Okay, asshole." I was like, "If you want yesterday's paper, why don't you go back to yesterday? It's like, and go get the paper then."
If you want me to look hard enough, I'll find the one from 1950 when you was born.
Oh, man. Oh, you want that news about that Cuban Missile Crisis? You just want to catch up, don't you? I got that one right around the corner. But beyond that, yeah, some people are really, really dumb. And I wish folks that, honestly, in a sense, like, I'm all for professionalism and stuff, but I kind of wish that in normal interactions, like people who worked at normal jobs, if someone was really like that stupid, could be like, "What are you, an idiot? It takes 6 hours to cook a brisket. What the hell are you complaining about?"
Well, if you're the owner, you can say that, and most times they do.
Yeah, that's true. I'm all for being nice to people and be like, "How was your day? How are you doing? Well, thank you so much for shopping here. Have a great day." But if someone wants to be an asshole, I'm not for that at all. It's like, I don't think anyone should keep up a pretense. Then they should be like, "Listen, asshole. Here's the problem, and here's my problem with you." And if they don't like that, then they don't have to shop there. Sometimes it's not the company's problem that the customer's an asshole. Sometimes it's the customer's problem. Truth be told. But anyways, with that, a big thanks to you once again for support, and we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 5 from Cerebrus3. And they said, "Did Matthew have a bad experience with the train?" And I did have a bad experience with the train. I've never really cared for it that much. I definitely didn't like sleeping on it, that's for sure. I woke up like a zombie, basically, standing in the hallway looking like I was like hanging out, like, just looking rough. But Enforcer, what say you?
I had a great time on the train. I had a blast. The food was good. The scenery was good. The room was good. I slept like a baby. I mean, I went to sleep and fell asleep. I'll tell you this, folks. I remember when I went to sleep. I went to sleep somewhere as the train was making its way through San Jose or somewhere like that. And I woke up just under the foothills of Mount Shasta. I remember that specifically. So I slept like a baby because that was about 7 hours or 8 hours of the train moving through Northern California. And I slept like purely through it without waking up at all. So a huge thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from none other than Ross Nib, all the way down from Australia. And thank you very much, Ross, for that $20 support, as always. And he said, "You guys are the best." And thank you, Ross. He said, "Thanks for getting on to today's emergency stream so promptly. And geez, you were also organized early as well. And amaze balls."
And a big thanks to you for the support. We try our best. What can I say? And a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Devin DeBro, who said, it's funny that my chats can make him so nervous now, but seriously, I'm not diabolical."
Hey, you're not diabolical. You're not a bad guy. You're not a bad guy. You're a nice guy. You're a nice guy. And we thank you so much for the support.
No more Mr. Nice Guy.
No more Mr. Nice Guy. We're putting her in timeout. Like, oh my God. Oh my God. Folks, I wish I could wake up from this nightmare of the world that we live in. Do a lot of y'all wake up some days and just realize how ridiculous everything is in this world these days? I mean, I'm not just talking about, like, the president. I'm talking about everything. Like, the war in Europe, like, with Ukraine, the whole thing going on in the Middle East, and now that's going everything in East Asia. We live, honestly, folks, in a clown world. And it's just insane that our job is basically to cover how insane of a clown world we live in these days. Because I remember back a couple of years ago when the war in Ukraine started, it was so different. Things actually felt like they were serious and like they actually had the running trend and everything about it was legitimate and serious. And then over the next year and a half after that, it started to feel more like a clown show. And now it's just an absolute circus. It's unbelievable, really. But anyways, with that, we're on the next one.
Also, a big shout out to Plazath, who put in a 2, along with Rodney Guyin. And thank you very much, Rodney, for that 2, and Plazath for that 2. And we do appreciate it. We also have a 5 from Moon. And Moon said, check out the book on American Colossus, A Small Town, a River, and a Railroad. My grandpa wrote it, and lots of history and info in it.
Oh, that sounds like a really good book, and I'll have to try and check that out sometime. And a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep them running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Dustin, who said flat cannons. Seems like they'd be very effective with Iran.
You know, they kind of would be, in a way. Sadly, we just don't have a lot of them. But a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from No Name, who said, sending from MEPS. Can you guys cover Myanmar news?
I thank you for the support. Sadly, we can't really cover that. I've looked into covering that before, and it's just a very slow-burning conflict. There's not really a lot of gains by either side. And while there is some battles here and there, it doesn't really amount to anything that's changing the situation in that country. And it's also such a slow burner that there's just not really a lot to talk about there. Kind of like how we've dropped Mali very quickly from our coverage because there's just not really a lot to talk about in those conflicts. So a big thanks to your support. And also Sudan. I mean, we don't cover Sudan, Mali, or Burma because there's not enough going on down there, and it's really not followable enough to make it easy to report on or a way that would be understandable or easily showable, like the other major conflicts that we cover around the world. So a big thanks to your support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Godin, who said, the Iowas with rockets, sir. Great escorts.
You know, they're not really. like, I hate to say it, they're not really. One of them almost actually got blown up in the Gulf War in 1991, which was the last time they were used. And it came very close to obliterating it. So I would say not quite, but you know, like a lot of people like to think that could be the case. But a big thanks to you for support, and with that, we're on to the next one.
We also got a 2 from Chad Shepard, and thank you, Chad, once again. He said, "LOL, haha, not my fault."
But a big thanks to you for support, and with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 2 from Woodsman, who said, playing BO2 multiplayer. I didn't know ISA exists.
I didn't know that either. I never heard of ISA, and that's interesting that you shared that with us. But a big thanks to you for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also got a 2 from Devin DeBro once again. He said, Spirit had a 0% crash rate, I heard. And it's actually true. They had no safety issues in their entire time they operated, which was decades, actually, which is kind of wild because, you know, people assume that because it's cheap, it might not be okay, but actually it was okay, actually. But unfortunately, what say you?
Matthew, did you see that meme that I sent you? The one that I told you it's a must-watch? Did you take a look at that one?
I might have. I just can't recall.
What type of congressional answer is that? I'm not trying to appoint you as a federal judge. Like, I saw it.
I see a lot of memes. I see memes all the time. I mean, you have to refer me back to the meme that you were talking about, Mr. Senator.
Okay, really quickly.
I'm Singaporean, Mr. Senator.
Mr. Senator, I'm Singaporean. Really quickly. I know you didn't look at it. I know you didn't look at it. You just put a little heart on it. But go to your Instagram really quickly and go look at the one that has Rubio on it. And he's dressed in the Spirit Airlines uniform. Just watch that real quick.
You're talking about... No, I did watch that one. You're talking about the one where he's like, Marco, you're going to have to take over Spirit, too. And he's like, oh.
he's like beating people in the checkout line like in a Spirit uniform. Bro, that was crazy. That one was insane. I was dying laughing at that one so hard. I mean, honestly... Spirit did have a great safety record. I mean, it was literally a perfect track record, which is nuts. But, I mean... Let me think about that. Did any other air carriers have an incident? Well, yeah, a lot of them have had incidents over that period of time. I mean, it's crazy because they're the cheapest airline, but they were actually the safest airline in terms of getting to your destination without, you know, getting injured or dying in a crash. So kind of crazy with that. Spirit was, the entire time that it operated, the safest mode of travel and the safest airline to travel with in the entirety of the country during its history, which is nuts to imagine that that's the truth. But anyways, a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, folks, we are now moving on into our live chat questions. I can already tell you that the Morse code is the same as last time. We didn't have any time to update it. So a huge congrats to the Leesburg Cinema Corps for getting that correct. I did see y'all read the Morse code message and deciphered it, and y'all did get it dead on the nail once again as usual. So a huge congrats to y'all. And also, folks, due to the stream being almost 4 hours long now, we're going to be getting 3 live chat questions, and then we're going to be rounding out the stream for the night. So Matthew, what do we got for our third to last question of the night?
And this one is going to go to none other than Jono, who said, Enforcer Matt, what about the minefield in the Strait of Hormuz? And that is a problem that they are going to have to contend with, because there are mines in the Strait of Hormuz. I know some people still want to dispute that, but I mean, there's literally been reports out there that they mined it once, they mined it twice, and they might have just mined it a third time, just yesterday, actually. So there's definitely some mines out there. We couldn't tell you the exact number. We obviously don't know that, but this is pretty rough. I mean, they got mines out here in the international water section. So if somebody wants to risk it, they could send a ship through there. But until the U.S. can say for certain that there's not mines in it, I mean, they're asking people to risk their entire livelihood by potentially sinking their ship to test it out. So, I mean, that's a problem. But Enforcer, what say you?
I definitely have to agree with that. It certainly is a problem, without a doubt. And so with that, we're on to the second to last question of the night.
And this one is going to go to none other than Rodney, who put in a $10 super chat once again. And thank you, Rodney. He said the ships will pass through a cleared path through the minefield. The mining operation have been ongoing, and underwater drones have been doing search patterns 24/7 launched from submarines, LSA, USA, USN. But I think the problem, though, Rodney, is I had heard that some of those mines were apparently not stationary. That's the problem. So if you clear a path, a mine might float right into that clear path, and then you wouldn't know unless they were doing ongoing sweeps of that strait, that section where they're going through. But Enforcer, is that a correct interpretation, or you disagree?
Generally, they are autonomous, as in they can move into location, but they don't get to perpetually move around. Once they move into position, they stop. But they're able to propel themselves out into the field, though. That's what made them hard to detect as to where they are. But they don't continuously move around afterwards, though. They generally stay in position.
So they're going to stay exactly where they are, and they can't move at all?
Generally, because they have to tether themselves in that area, or else they're just adrift, and then they have to have constant motor power to keep them in the same spot. So they're pretty much now tethered in position. It's just that they were launched from shore, and the mine autonomously propelled itself out there. Basically, it's like a little battery-powered torpedo. But once it makes it out to where it's supposed to be, it then drops a tether, and it tethers into position like most other mines, and stays in location.
Interesting. I thought I'd heard that some of them might be able to move around, possibly, that Iran was guiding them to certain locations, not just after they deployed them, but also on an ongoing basis. They would move them around just to cause some chaos, and also that way you couldn't really nail down where they were at.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. But also the other thing that I got to say to Rodney here is that the mining operations have not been underway. There's been no proof of that. And if a submarine, generally from what we know, isn't really the type of vessel that would have the demining drone on it. That would have to be specially kitted out and loaded to a sub here in the United States, and then they have to make it all the way out there to be able to use it. And we don't know that has happened at all yet, although we would never know that. But the other issue with that is that demining a mine means that the mine has to be deactivated, usually meaning that it has to be blown up. And we haven't heard of any explosions happening right now in the Strait of Hormuz, just out of the blue in their minefield. And considering that the Iranians are probably watching it every day, a couple of mines blowing up just randomly out of the blue would probably indicate that there is a sub there right now demining, and then they might be able to hunt down that sub and kill it pretty easy, because it's basically giving itself away at that point. So I haven't heard about that. That's probably highly unlikely that there's any demining efforts going on right now, because we're not even doing much of anything with the Strait, much less demining it. So I thank you for the support, but I generally have to say that's a little bit more optimistic than we've been hearing, and probably a little bit too optimistic for the reality of the situation at the moment right now. But a big thanks to you for the support, and I hope that does address that well. And with that in mind, it is now time for us to get on to the second to last question of the night.
And this one goes to Miss Disa, who said that tower in Moscow is about 7 kilometers from city central, Red Square. It's in an elite neighborhood near embassies and diplomatic residences. Enforcer Matt, interesting target or mishap? And that's a very good point. It is in an area that would generally house either top government officials or perhaps elites that would generally be in charge of top level companies inside of Russia. That's usually where those folks live, is places like that. So it could have been a targeted hit. It could have been. It was interesting that it appeared to hit a very specific part of the tower. So I'll be waiting to see. I have a feeling it might have been a target possibly instead of a mishap, because usually Ukraine is pretty accurate with those drones. Unless Russian electronic warfare interferes with the flight path, usually they're pretty accurate. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that it most likely was some sort of a key target, because unless it was electronic warfare, like Matthew was saying, then it was most likely deliberately targeted, and there may have been a Russian within that specific building in that room. Because we found out that in prior attacks, the Ukrainians were actually attacking Russian FSB units that were basing out of apartment buildings and whatnot within those specific apartments. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we are on to the final question of the night. And so, who is the lucky last person who threw in the lucky last question of the night?
And this one goes to John, who said, do you think the United States will use a Navy ship getting attacked as a way to extend our stay and force Congress to allow the Iran conflict?
Oh, well, generally, Congress isn't even voting on it, so as far as having to force a continuation, we don't even have to. Technically, at this point, the Congress isn't even willing to make an answer on it, so, it's basically just up to whatever the president wants to do. But outside of that, I would have to say maybe, but it's not really a good idea, because we already have a justification to continue the war, which is that the Iranians are shutting off a major waterway, and that they're blocking freedom of navigation, and that's more than enough reason to justify continued military action against them, without having to see U.S. soldiers getting killed and the warship being lost, which is billions of dollars, and a pretty significant asset to be able to justify the continuation of a conflict. So I hope that does address that the best I can, and with that, we have reached the end of tonight's stream. I've got to thank you all so much once again for watching. It's been an absolute honor and a pleasure to be able to run the show, myself and Enforcer Matt, for 19.2 thousand of y'all at the peak and 220,000 people over the course of 4 hours. Once again, a humongous thanks to all of y'all for watching. I hope y'all have enjoyed. And if there is enough news to make a short video tomorrow, I'll be the one making it. And if anything crazy happens, we'll of course run another breaking news stream. If not, we will see you all on Tuesday at 10 p.m. Eastern Time to cover the next 48 hours of the news from around the world. And so with that, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe, Slava Ukraini, Ram Slava, long live the Lead Spring Army, and long live the Republic.
And with that, folks, a huge shout out to the whopping 218,000 people that were here by the end of the emergency live stream today to cover the breaking news. 2 major stories this evening that we got to cover live with everybody. And we do appreciate you all for once again joining us for that live stream. And I don't want to say this with certainty, but there's a decent likelihood that tomorrow we might be streaming again anyway, but don't count on it though. I'm not making that a guarantee, because if nothing crazy happens, we won't be streaming. But if something wild does happen, we will be going live to cover that as quickly as possible, probably within the hour of it happening. So we will be going live for something major if it does happen. If not though, it'll simply be a short war video midday from the Enforcer. But with that, we appreciate you all once again. And of course, Slava Ukraine, Herom Slava, get some rest and good night.